and call up the presentation. So you all should have a folder called Advanced Excel on your desktop. So let me just open the folder so you all could see what it would look like. Can you all see my screen here? All right. So let me just share the screen. Let me know when you all could see it. Rakesh, just take out the front light for me. Thanks. Good. All right. So what you should see is the folder with the files. You all have these files. These would be the ones that we will probably work with. Well, the Power Query folder is the one we're going to work with a lot today. Right? We have a lot of routines to look at in Power Query. So does everybody have this? I just want to make sure we're on the same page before we start. Yeah? All right. So that make that one priority, because when we start is you wouldn't be able to use, if you don't have it, you won't be able to do any of the exercises. Yeah? And we're going to start with that shortly. So. All right. So Power BI. So let me launch off the screen here from beginning. All right. So if you all could look, you all able to see my screen. Usually when we talk about advanced Excel and automating data and reports, we usually looking at what we call the BI, or the business intelligence features that they built into Excel to help us to automate data and reports. And primarily we have two key tools that we use to do that. One of them is something called Power Query, right? Which is a tool which would help you to get data from different sources, manipulate the data, and get the data into something called tabular form, which is one record per row. And then from there, you could then take these different data sets and connect them together using another tool in Excel called Power Pivots. And you could build calculations upon that data set. And from there, you could, there is a visualization layer in Excel. You could generate charts and you could generate tables using the regular pivot table menu in Excel and access the Power Pivot data. You also have the ability in Excel to generate something called a Power Map, which is a 3D map of data. That's another visualization tool. Up to earlier this year, there was this tool in Excel called Power View, but they took that out this year. And what Microsoft recommends is that people who want to visualize data, like in the form of a dashboard, push the models you create into Excel into something called Power BI. And Power BI is now like the de facto tool for sharing. Rakesh, just check and see if that person belongs to this class. Right? So in a nutshell, the course would focus on Power Query, Power Pivots. We would look at Power Maps. Power View is not there, but I'll show you all how you could push models that you build in Excel into Power BI. Power BI is very good with web-enabled reporting. If you're doing board reports and what we call paginated reports, printed reports, then you're probably better off at the moment using Excel. You don't need a premium license. You would need like a premium license to do those kinds of reports in Power BI. So Just in terms of the objectives for today, guys, basically I want to show you all how to leverage the Power BI tools in Excel to auto-link the different data sources, right? How to extract, cleanse, and merge data from different sources, so from text files, from the cloud, from PDF files even, where you have the data in a kind of tabular form, from databases, etc. So once we able to connect to those sources and cleanse that data, we next thing we want to focus on is how we could do that type of cleansing with full audit trail back to the data source. One of the big downfalls of Excel is actually the big benefit of Excel, which is the fact that Excel is a very open piece of software. Meaning that anybody could open my Excel file, make a change in row 10,001, save the file, close it down, and nobody would be any the wiser. Right? So Excel got a lot of licks for that from acts like Sarbanes-Oxley in the US, right? On internal controls and the ability for these changes to happen and nobody aware. So what they did is they built in something called a ETL tool in Excel, a extract, transform, and load tool, which is Power Query. And with that tool, you could now maintain a full audit trail back to the source data for whatever changes made to that source data. So in other words, whatever manipulations you do in Power Query, you could always tell what was done at every step of the way, and the data source is unchanged. So you could always go back to that, go forward from it, and your data source itself is not touched. So very, very powerful tool, right? The other thing is we want to look at creating what they call relational reporting models. So if you're familiar with Microsoft Access, no, right? So that is like it's like a database software. You all know about databases. Every organization would have databases to collect the data. Yeah, Rakesh, just help them to set up. Every organization would have like databases to um, to collect when you all engage in transactions. You all have sales, you all have purchase transactions, you all enter them in your business system. The data from there gets stored in some business database in the back end. And then from there, you want to be able to access that data and build reports, right? So what Excel will allow you to do is to connect data from these different sources and link them together in a relational way, right? Meaning cross-linking the data without having to use formulas like VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP or index and match. So you'll see how we do that, just drag and drop style later. Not today, that'll be more like tomorrow. If we get time this evening, we'll connect to that Contuso database I asked you all to download, right? The other thing is we want to be able to build what we call measures and also sliceable calculations for advanced analytics. So one measure calculation will replace a million Excel formulas. And that is no joke. That is a fact. Right? So you will have to see that with an Excel calculation, if you want to run a calculation against data, you'll have to run it for every single row in the data set. If you have a million rows, that formula will have to go down the column a million times. Not so um, with the new reporting techniques. All right, so you would see that. Another thing is we want to look at is how to create advanced reports with geomapping capability or having charts cross-filter other charts. They took that out of Excel, but there is still an ability to do it using slicers across different pivot table reports, right? And you want that drill back capability. So these are the things we're going to cover in the course, right, between today and tomorrow. All right. And so what you would see is a chart here just showing you basically the flow of what we're going to cover today and tomorrow. So basically, they call it big data analytics, is what we're trying to do. And big data analytics doesn't only have to be working with data with 1 million, 2 million, 100 million rows. Big data analytics also has to do with the fact that you're connecting data from different sources together. So it's twofold aspect to that, right? So with the Excel tool, we're going to look at tools. We'll be able to connect to the different data sources using the ETL tool I spoke about, which is Power Query, extract, transform, and load. And then it's going to push that data into what we call the Power Pivot Vertipack engine, which is a compression engine they built associated with Excel cache memory to allow you to connect these different data sources together. And it also has within Power Pivot a scripting tool or a formula reporting tool called DAX. And with that, you could build more complex calculations than you would typically be able to do in Excel, much more efficient calculations of big data, measure calculations. Right? Once we have the data captured in that Power Pivot model, the next step would be to visualize the data. And I'll show you how to output the data to pivot table charts. Like I said, Excel Power View is no longer available, well, since earlier this year, but that used to be one of the output sources for dashboard reports in Excel. We have 3D maps in Excel, and the data capture in that Power Pivot model could also be outputted into Power BI. All right. So those would be the visualization sources. And then another layer is actually sharing the models that we create. So you could share the reporting models you build via regular sharing of an Excel file. You could also push the data from the models into what they call the Power BI service. So that is cloud-based reporting. So people could access it from their phones, from their tablet devices, etc. And then you could have the users consuming the reports via, well, tablet, computer, phone, etc. So this basically is the flow we want to look at over the 2 days. So just in terms of Power Query, one way to look at Power Query, I'm just going to flip the presentation a little bit though. One way to look at Power Query is actually is like a meat grinder. So you're taking the data from all these different sources, and processing it, and then spitting it out one record per row, one transaction per row. This is what we call tabular form. Every structured database known to man would store the data in what they call tabular form, one transaction per row, right? Typically. So Power Query is what would help you to get the data in this form. And when you have your data in this form, one transaction per row, it makes it easier to cross connect to other data sets. All right. So just in terms of some of the things that Power Query could do, right? If you have data, you want to take out columns, you want to remove certain rows, you want to get rid of blanks, then your go-to tool for that is Power Query. Sometimes you're bringing in data into Excel from different business systems or maybe from text files or whatever. The data types that you're bringing in may not be correct. Sometimes you're bringing in dates data and it coming in Excel as text. If you want to fix it before it comes back into Excel, then we usually do the data type conversions in Power Query. So when it returns in Excel, it's correct. You may want to split out or merge data from different columns together or apart. And Power Query is very good at that. They have a lot of techniques with that. You may want the columns sorted or filtered in a particular way. So that is something that Power Query could help you with as well. You may need to add in a calculated column, which is akin to like additional column in a data table in Excel, right? So Power Query would also facilitate that as well. Aggregating or summarizing data, sometimes you connect into different data sources. But like if I go to do work with the banks or the insurance companies, they have tons and tons of data, a lot of transactional data. Or even the oil and gas companies, they have a fair amount of data. The issue is I might be connecting to 1 to 10 million rows of data, but that data may be too detailed to connect to for building reports. You all there? So what we usually do, we use Power Query to roll up the data. So we could probably aggregate the data by transaction class, or we could aggregate the data by location, or we could aggregate the data by whatever criteria exists by inventory item, stuff like that. Power Query could do that for you as well. You could find and replace text. You could do something called on-pivot data to get the data in tabular form. You'll see that in a while, right? And then we could produce pivot table reports from that. Um, right? Normally, I assume you all have done intermediate level Excel. So like things like VLOOKUPs and index and match and X lookups, those would be the manual ways to do what Power Query would do. The only thing is Power Query better than that. Instead of pulling in one column or two columns into your data set, you could actually, without writing a formula, bring in 50 columns from somewhere else into your data set and create reports based on that. Right? So you would be able to automate your lookups and your matches, no formula required. You could also join or consolidate data from multiple sheets. So basically what that means, when you're using lookup formulas, you're adding additional columns of data to your data set. To join or consolidate data, what we're talking about here is that you're slapping the data, the rows together. So for example, you might have all the transactions for this location here. And then you have all the transactions for another location here. And they're on different sheets. And you want to like get a master table with all, you could use Power Query to automate that kind of stuff as well. All right, so those are some of the core ones, and they also have like AI techniques that they built into Power Query to do calculations, which don't require you to supply a formula. There's an AI engine which would allow for what they call pattern recognition. So if you supply an example of what you want, it would actually go and build the formula for that and stuff. So we'll take a look at those kinds of things. Things have changed from what we used to do in the old days. 20 years ago, I was building like manual interlinked budget files and from different sheets, different files. And those things would crash regularly. It was just too much data to work with. And the engineers, like they built tons and tons and tons of files. So that, I mean, the Microsoft realized that they needed to do something better. And that's why they built these tools to help you with some of the automation, right? In terms of, so we spoke about Power Query. In terms of Power Pivots, the second tool, this is like what they call the brain. It's like a secondary brain in Excel. So what this would allow you to do is to create simple Excel type calculations where you're building like one calculation per row. They call it a calculated column. You could build that using Power Pivots, as well as you could build other calculations where you only write the calculation once. It's stored in a data dictionary now in Excel. And then if you want that calculation applied against a million rows of data, you could tell Excel when you're building your report, you could just pull in the calculation in the report and would automatically work it out there for those million rows. So it's not like long time where you need to build one calculation per row. All right, you could build a measure calculation and it would auto apply against some million rows, but you wouldn't see it listed out like this. It would just appear in your report. It would build the summaries for you. All right. So you'll have to see that on the, well, tomorrow we'll look at it. Power Pivots would also allow you to cross connect different data sets. So sometimes you need to build like what we call these relational models together. Instead of having to VLOOKUP data from here to pull in into this data set to create a report, that have a level of redundancy in it. We usually use relationships to cross connect different tables together, different data sets together, and then we could drag and drop and build a report. So we had a look at that tomorrow as well. And once you have your data in Power Pivots, there's a button in Power Pivots which says pivot tables. If you click on that, you could generate a pivot table report back into regular Excel. So like charts like these and stuff. So we had to do that tomorrow too. You used to be able to do this in Excel where you could build these charts here, and then if you select an area, it would cross slice all these charts. Or if you select a certain period or multiple periods from here, it would cross slice all these charts. Yeah, you have a way to do it in Excel using slicers to cross connect different reports. So we'll do that. But what used to exist before was something called Power View. So this was actually a Power View report in Excel. If I click a bar in this chart and this bar is central, it would cross slice here to limit the data for only the central areas. And the variance analysis here would be only for central, right? Now they build that into Power BI, right? But it used to be there in Excel. Actually, how many of you all use Power BI or familiar with it? Right? Some of you all would be familiar. The ladies here from Repsol, um, they familiar with Power BI. Um, Anybody else using Power BI or no? All right, you look at the reports or something. Right, right, right. Okay, okay, but not build it as such. All right. So the techniques you learned today, if you learn this, and actually how I learned Power BI was I used to build like these dashboard models, but it used to be in Excel. And then Power BI, if you don't know, is actually three tools. And all of them used to exist in Excel. Well, they're still there. Two of them still there. Power Query, um, Power Pivots, right? And Power BI, the third tool there is what used to be Power View in Excel. So that's how I learned those tools first in Excel. Then one day I went to do some work in Point Lisas for a large company, and they had like $7 billion plants they wanted to monitor operationally, the engineers, the chemical engineers. And I talked to the boss man. He was saying, well, the head of operations, he was saying, when I home and I on my phone, I want to be able to see the reports by just clicking on my phone and looking at if I'm brushing my teeth or whatever, something like that. He said. So I said, well, I had to think about that because Excel didn't really have that capability back then. And Power BI had came out that same year, 2015 it was. That was the first model I had to build in Power BI. And that's how I ended up having to learn it. And it was just like cross transferring the knowledge from Excel to there because it was the same tools. It wasn't very difficult or anything like that. So some of what you learned today would have a lot of application in Power BI. The interface would be different, yes, and there are some Excel things and there are some Power BI things that will be a little bit different. But that is how it is, right? So guys, one other thing. So there is a feature in Excel. If your organization is geographically dispersed or you have different business units, I'll give you an example. Sometimes I go to the banks to do work. The bank would say, here what? I have 50 different branches in Trinidad, and we want to be able to monitor performance by these metrics across all these different branches. I want you to build like a 3D map chart, show me the branch locations, and when I have on the chart, I want to look at what the revenue earned is, what the profitability is, what the head count is for each branch. You all understand what I'm saying? then we could use like the geomapping tool to handle something like that. So we'll see that tomorrow as well, God willing. If we well, we're supposed to finish tomorrow, so we have plenty of work to do. So without further ado, we're gonna close this down. I don't really like to talk too much. I like action, so we're gonna close this down, and we're probably gonna start the work. So I'm assuming you all would have downloaded the folder with the files. All right. I'm gonna close this song, and I need to bring back my screen. Let's see. I would need to bring back my advanced Excel folder back to here. So let me know if you all seen my Excel folder on your screen, guys. All right. No, I'm just thinking how to do this efficiently. I have the recorder on, and I don't want to be using dual screen because Power Query are a bit glitchy with Teams and with Google Meet with dual screens. So I need to just change my view from extended, so Windows P, and back to duplicate the screen. All right, and I'm going to close this down. Yeah, I will send you all the recording. That's why I'm taping it here. Normally I don't give it out, but I will send you all it with the weather. I think that I don't know what's going to happen, so we'll see. So let me just minimize this. All right. So do you all have the advanced Excel files here downloaded? Right. So you all should have gone. I think I sent you all the advisory, the participant advisory. Let me see where it was. And there was this fourth item you all was supposed to download. Download the folder, extract and copy the main folder with the subfolders with the training files to your desktop. Does everybody have it? All right. So once you have that, we'll be able to work together, guys. Natisha, you good there or you have stuff downloaded? That is number 4. You downloaded number 4 from the list, which is this folder here. So the one we're going to work with today is called Power Query. You all should have downloaded from the email. Number 4 would be the critical thing, right? Please download the folder and extract and copy. I don't know if you all seen it on your screen, right? But this is what I wanted you all to download primarily, number 4. There was I probably put in this one here, number 3, because some people may not have an Access database engine, right? It's not critical for now. Contuso database, we might use that this afternoon. If you don't have the files here, well, obviously you can't. You had to watch on the screen now, which is not a good way to go. Excel is a subject for doing, not for looking. So without further ado, let's just start. So I want you all to go in the advanced Excel folder, go into the Power Query folder. Go into the Power Query folder. You all there, guys? All right. So I want to start with something that you all would be familiar with. All right. So you will see a folder there called splitting names. Splitting names. Just double click and open up that file in there. Split names file. Name of the file is the split names file. Oh, I didn't mention, right? We'll take a break like around a little after 10, shortly after 10, and then for 15 minutes. Lunch will be from 12 to 1, and then we'll take another little break in the evening around 2:30. Well, for you all, it have refreshments in the back. I know you all was hustling this morning, so the road probably real bad. Josanne, you wait till the last minute, girl, to register. You had me scrambling yesterday to get food and anyway, see what. All right, Repsol is pressure. If you all were not so good to me, I would have said nah. Yeah. All right, so the split name files, you all get it up? We have a list here with some names, and the list is like, how long is this list? It's about nearly 2,000 names. My question to you all is, and I want to do this the normal Excel way, and I want to do it the Power Query way to show you automation, right? If I ask you all to split these names apart into three different columns, first name, middle name, last name, how would you all typically do that? Who said that, Shona? I was gonna call you actually. You supposed to be heavy in Excel. I know answer Makal not easy. Heavy Excel. Right? So yeah, text to columns. But what would be the problem here, Shona? If you apply text to columns here, what's the issue? Mhm. Yeah, you don't have consistency going down the column. Some people have a middle initial, guys, and some persons don't. So how would you all normally handle that, Natisha? I know I like to ask questions. Remember, normally you'd learn this in an intermediate level course. Like if I do Excel secrets, I would assume that you all know this at this level. But some of you all may not have like that experience. But at the intermediate level, Natisha, how would you normally split this apart into three different columns? Okay, no. Manually, you would have typed it out here. Kelly Elzu. Hmm. Nagil hard. But I understand, yes. If you didn't know better, you would do it manually, right? So what I'm going to do is show you the manual way to do it in Excel, my manual way. Now, so Shona was saying text the columns. We could use it, Shona, but as you mentioned, how you going to deal with this inconsistency issue, all right? So if you all want to do it together with me, we could do it together. You would highlight the column, guys, and in the data menu, you'll have to go to text to columns. So in the data menu, you want to click on text to columns, guys. You all there? In the data menu. That's not what? So I think you all should have been here by now. You go to next. And we want to separate the data by what, guys? What's the only thing that we have here that we could split the data apart by? Space. We want to choose space on tick tab. So in step 2 of 3, you all see my screen clearly? All right. You want to tick space on tick tab. And you wouldn't, if you look below, you will see a preview window. You will not be able to fix the data from the text to columns menu. This is where you end up with. So just click finish. What you'd realize happen is everybody who didn't have a middle initial, their last name ended up in the middle name column. All right, so just rename the headers first, mid, and this one here would be last. You all there? First, mid, and last. Now, let's go and blow this up a little bit so you all could see better. Now there is a way to fix this in Excel. Basically, we need to get all the last names from here to here. How are we gonna do that? Yeah, following ways here. Data filter, right? Uh-huh. Right. So we're only interested in the blanks, yeah. Uh-huh. All right. I listen to what you say. Shift click. And then you would have said Alt semicolon. Select the visible cells and then Control V to paste. Right. And then you had to highlight these. Right. Control Shift down. And then you would press Alt semicolon again. And then you would change the fill color to something that you could see, right? And just leave it like, well, that kind of bright. All right. Now, what's the next step? On this column, you had to take the filter off to copy paste special as values, right? Control C, Control Alt V, V, Enter. And that would copy paste special values, yeah? Alt semicolon again to select the visible cells, delete. Right, and that would do it. You gotta take the color off from here. So that's a way to do it, right? But it have a fair number of steps. But it's possible to do it that way. It's a fair number of manual manipulation steps. So I'm gonna take the I'm just gonna go back, right? Back to where we had the data like arranged differently. So just go back here. So I wanna undo the data. Back to where we had first, mid, last. So I just went back to the undo button, took it back to here. So that's one way to do it, using the visible cells to do it. You could actually do it via sort method. So let me show you all another manual way. Another manual way is to insert a column on the left here. Call this number the records, because I want to preserve the sort order. So double click here, that will copy the one down. And then tell Excel to number the records. So you could go to the fill series box here and say fill series. It would number the records here. And then you could press Control A. Control A will block the entire range. And then you could tell Excel to go data and sort. You want to sort the data by what? By last. Right? That would throw all the blanks to the bottom. You would go to the bottom and then you would do a one drag. Control shift down to select all the last names. In that column, do a one drag to here. And then go back and sort. Right? You want to sort by what? Sort by number. And that will bring Kelly back to the top. So if I go back to home, control and home, you'll get your record. So that's another way to do it, a manual way as well. But there are a number of manual steps there and in your example. And so what if we wanted to avoid doing anything manually? How do we do that? All right, that's the question. So let's say we wanted to use Power Query to do the same thing, and that's where we get into now. I'm going to open up back that split names file. Right, I didn't save the file, I'm opening it up back. What I want you all to do, we're going to do the Power Query way now, is copy the list. You want to copy the list here, guys. Let me know if you're all back to here. So I'll take my time and go through the Power Query way, how to do it. So that's the old school way, two ways, right? And the Power Query way would be, let's make a copy of this list first of names. So highlight the column, Control C to copy. You want to copy the list. You want to put it in a new file. What's the shortcut to open a new file? Control and the letter N. Control and the letter N will open me a new file. And then we just want to paste that list here. Paste that list here. So you all should have a new book, book one, with the data here. Let me know when you all do that. Andrea, you got that? All right. Trisha. Yes. Trisha, you took training with me anytime? Your name familiar? Trisha Thomas. I think no. Where? Or that is way familiar to me, yeah. It's a long time ago. Yeah. All right. Natisha, you have a copy of the list of names? I don't want to leave anybody out. All right, good. Now bear with me if I asking all this just to know, because honestly, guys, online it's difficult to know and you can't read faces. I guess that's why two of you all here. You might want help and whatnot, right? So no, I could help, but I need to know if you all going off or going astray or whatever. So guys online, just let me know if you're lost, all right? Because everything will build up today, tomorrow. So what we want to do is put your cursor in one cell of the data. All right. I have mine in book one in Kelly L. Zoo. And we want to go to the Power Query. So go to the data menu in Excel. Go to the data menu. And from here, you would go to this button here. There's a section called Get and Transform Data. This is the Power Query menu in Excel. From here, you want to go to this button here, which is From Table / Range. You all seen that? Click on that button. Now you're maybe using different versions of Excel. Like if you're on 2019, which is what I think both of y'all would be here with them laptops. Those laptops actually was for writing exams and things. So they don't have like the Office 365. They block internet and thing on those laptops, those computers. It's a good thing you tell. I just pull out that from what we had for y'all to use. Anyway, so once we go there, we're gonna say my table has headers. Just tick that. Right? Now, the first thing all of these BI tools in Excel do, the first port of call, is to actually convert the data, right, from whatever source it's pulling from, whenever it's connecting to. It will try to convert it to a what? A data table type format. You all there? Always remember that. So if I click OK, that should be sufficient to convert the data to a data table. And it's going to push that data into this new Power Query menu. I don't know if you all know, but Excel is not one application. It's about like 10 or 12 applications sewn together. So in Excel, there's a module to do this ETL work, which is Power Query work. There's another module to do Power Pivot type work. There is a statistical analytics engine in Excel. There's an optimization engine in Excel, right? Called Solver. So they have a lot of different tools that come together to give you this thing. There's a pivot table module in Excel as well. All those things are modules that they added in. So once we load the data here, we will see the data loaded into Power Query. And what to pay attention to, we probably want to return the data. We want to give it a name. So where you all seen in the properties bar here, section on the right, just change it, the name instead of table one, we wanted return as split names report, right? It will be the split names report when it come back into Excel. Now what you will observe is on the right hand side, there's something called applied steps. You all see that? Whatever we're going to do to the data, the step is going to be recorded here. And you could go back and change any of these steps, or you could go right back to source. So over here is where you will see the audit trail for whatever is done to the source data. Very different from what we know in Excel. Right? So over here, what we want to do, we want to split the names, right? Now, change type means that it looked at the data and it recognized the data was what type? ABC. ABC is short for what? Text, right? These are the other data types you could change the data to bring it back into Excel. But text is what we want, so that is fine. So we need to split the column, right click on full name, and we want to tell Excel split column, and we want to split it by what? Well, they have more options here. We want to split it by delimiter, all right? It's not like what they call fixed width data. It's not a PO number or invoice number with a constant with names by the nature would have different lengths. So you're going to use by delimiter. So Power Query would look at the data and it would say, well, what is the best thing we could split this by? It automatically detects that space is what you should be using. If that wasn't what you wanted, you could change it, right, to other things, but space is what we should use. Now, how can we get the name split out? What should we split by? If you use each occurrence of the delimiter, what will happen there is that the last names for people who didn't have a middle initial will end up in the middle initial column. So that wouldn't be the one to use. You probably want to use the rightmost delimiter. In other words, you're telling Excel split it from the right. So all the last names will go into one column. You all there? So it's starting from the rightmost space. It come in here, it look in. This is the rightmost space. This Chandra going in a last name column. Zoo would go in a last name column. So I would start by using the rightmost delimiter and then clicking OK. So now we get the last names here. We could probably rename this. You could call it last name. All right. The first column here, we need to get the middle initials out. And if we right click, we could say split column. And again, we're going to use by delimiter. By delimiter. Which delimiter we will use here, guys? Actually, it wouldn't matter if you use even each occurrence, leftmost, rightmost. It only have one space or else nothing. So we could use any one. All right. And whichever one you use, you'll get the last names, the middle initials going into a separate column. You'll see that? Now, where you see null in that middle initial column, null is IT speak for empty. You all there? When that come back into Excel, it would just, the nulls would just be blank. It wouldn't have words. You all with me? So we could probably rename the headers here. We're going to call this one first. This one will be mid. And you probably call this first name. Right? Now notice everything we did here, it actually recorded here. So we did our first split by delimiter. If we wanted to change this, we click on the little gear wheel here. Click on the little gear wheel here and it will allow us to go back and change that step. You all there? Oh, I feel like doing it on your own screen. This is where my screen will stick. So what I want you all to do, if you did all that, my screen stick here. There's a button here called close and load. You all seen that? From your home menu, just click close and load. I can't do it right now. My screen stick because I'm using this dual screen thing and it is a pain. I need to kind of get my Power Query back. So I had to shut down my Excel. Control Alt Delete. Manager. So when you're on dual screens, it don't render properly on the second screen. All right, so let me go back to this. You all have it returned back into Excel. Let me just call up mine's back again. And I thought, well, I was kind of duplicating, so I thought, well, it wouldn't happen. Windows P. Hit on duplicate. And to get the full name here, Control C, Control N, Control V. So what I will do, data, get data from table, right? I just repeating these steps quickly for myself. First, mid, last, right? And then close and load. And that should bring it back in Excel. So I didn't rename my table. So I'm just gonna name this. This should be split names, right? If I wanted to, like I have table one here, I just return it as table one. If I wanted to change that, I could double click on table one here, call up back Power Query, and just change it to say split names. And say tab and then close and load. So what I would do is that when the table returns into Excel, it wouldn't change here, whatever the name is, but the table design menu, you will see the name is split underscore names. You all there? Anyway, the point I'm making is sheet one is where your raw data is. If I were to take like 3 names on the class and just put that here, right? So we have Trisha Thomas. Should I have a middle initial? Josette, you have a middle initial? No. Josanne. I seen Josanne. Last name. And anybody do have a middle? Your name Shanuka. You have a middle? Well, just give me it. CHA. I just put in Charles. We have three names on the class. Two have middle initials and one didn't have a middle initials. We added it into the raw data sheet, the unsplit data sheet. Right? Now, if you observe, that didn't do anything to the split names report. So if I go to the bottom of this list, there's no new names added and the number of records is still 1998. Even though here we have like 2001 records with one header row, right? So how do you get the new names added here to be automated into here, split out? All you have to do is right click on the split names report and say refresh. All right, so you should see a refresh button here, or you could be anywhere and you could right click on the split names query and say refresh. And what that would do is that if you go to the bottom of the list, you will see the new names added. You all there? So basically what you create here, guys, is a piece of automation in Excel. Well, at a very, very basic level, but it's for you all to catch the principle. So with Power Query, you could automate aspects of your work, right? In this case, it was just a simple thing. We have names and we need to get them split apart, right? Power Query is akin to what, well, it's a great improvement over something in Excel called macros. Anybody familiar with macros in Excel? What do macros do? Well, macros help you to automate a repetitive task that you would perform in Excel, right? So instead of having to go through every time and perform the task, you could actually write the steps out or program in Excel what the steps are so that you don't have to go and repeat it. You just press a button or you press a key combination and automatically the steps will be performed. Well, that's exactly what Power Query doing, except with Power Query, all the steps are reversible. When you write a macro, you don't have anything like undo. Macros destroy the undo stack in Excel, so you can't go back and undo anything. All right. So with this, every step is reversible. So that's what makes it so powerful. And you actually have an interface to guide you every step of the way what has to be done. So my advice to you all, right, especially if you're heavy into Excel and reporting, is you need to learn this tool because like roughly like I would say maybe you put yourself in about like the top 0.1% of people who use Excel. Not 1%, 0.1%. If you really learn this, you could automate your budgeting. You could automate yeah, a lot of aspects of the reporting you do. I actually using it right now to automate processes in a large organization, automate the subledgers, right? You'd have a lot of different things that you could use this tool for. I use it to automate a while back companies bill of materials um, process instead of they actually having to do this with a piece of software. The software crashed. They called for advice. What I helped them to do was to they produce like drugs and they are like 100 different pharmaceuticals. And what they wanted to do was to when they put in a production forecast, like for the next 4 months, they wanted Excel to automatically work out the amount of raw materials required to satisfy that production forecast automatically for the next 4 months and with the suppliers and how much quantities and stuff they needed. So that you could have done that automatically using Power Query. That's what I would have done. So you could use this for a whole set of different things as you start seeing the tool a little bit more. right? People in conglomerates, you could actually use it to build your own consolidation module. If you're really sharp enough, you could use it for stuff like that. Because it really just requires for any automation. Once you have standard submissions coming in, you could use the tool to consolidate the submissions and produce your report. So the sky really is the limit for this tool. So we're seeing here just a scratch, right? Anytime you want to go back into the query, what you all could do is double click like on the name of the query. So split names here, and that's going to take you back into a Power Query. Yeah. Mhm. Close and load. Yeah, the one on top, the default one. Close and load. You ought to share screen. I ought to see what the message is. So you would see let me just so let me close my Power Query off. Yeah, you want to share screen so I could take a look at it? So the share button is like a upward pointing arrow next to the three dots. Yeah. You would see a red hang up button. Next to it, you would see three dots from the right hand side of the screen in Google Meet. And then just before that, you would see an upward pointing arrow. If you have on it, you could probably share your entire screen. I could see what's going on. I would stop presenting, but that shouldn't keep you back from presenting. Nah, no, you had to share your entire desktop or window or whatever. I don't think we don't have any restrictions. Let me see. Let everyone share their screen so that enabled in terms of mhm. So see if you could share. Right. See if you could share your window. Or that block too. All right. So what you could do, just go back to your Excel file then. Because I can't see your screen, so I can't tell you what you did wrong. All right. Go back to your Excel file. No. I just need to see these steps. You need to double click on the query. Let me just share my screen and you'll see what you have. Um, I don't know if you all could see my screen, right? Natisha? Hello? Right. So what you need to do is double click on the split names query here. where you see in 2001 rows loaded or whatever, double click on that split names query, and that'll bring you back into Power Query. So just start from the top. You would see applied steps. Just call out the steps you have for me. I have source, followed by change type. What's your last step that you have listed? All right, but what you do, go over it from the video. We wouldn't have time to go over back that now, right? You'll keep back the class. So what you would do is you just look back at it from the video. All right. But these are the steps you should have here. What might have happened is you might have had like a change type step or something extra. I can't see a screen now. We don't have time to go back that for one person for everybody else. But what's your last step? Your applied steps. That's what I need to know now in Power Query. If you do have it, I can't tell. So do you have apply? Do you have this screen here, or you double clicked in split names? Well, which screen you have? You have Power Query up. All right. So you have the screen up. Which screen you have up? That's what I'm asking you. All right. So what do you currently have up on your screen? Oh, you completely close it off? Yeah, if you had closed it off, then you should see, what I'm saying is you should see this Excel spreadsheet, and you should see the queries and connections on the right. All right. If not, I'm not sure what you did. Maybe you close off the whole file without saving. Once you close off, when you said close and load, you should come back to here. Yes, correct. All right, guys. So what we'll do, we'll take a 15-minute break now. Right? It's just about 10. When we come back, we need to move into what they call data cleansing. So steps that you would pretty much have to take to clean your data. I'm gonna put a clock up on the screen. And probably Natisha, you could hold on the line if you want, and I will review it with you. All right. Everybody else, you all have a 15-minute break. So I'll put the clock up here. Yeah, Natisha, go ahead. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. So you're in Power Query right now, right? So let me just call up my query, and I will get back into Power Query so we can see these steps. So you in this here, yes? Now you could press Alt and Tab. Alt and Tab would flip you between one screen and the other one. You don't need to come out as such. It have a box with snacks already there. So you have what I have up, which is the Power Query editor, right? You see that on top on your screen? What do you have in your top left-hand corner, Natisha? You have table 1 dash Power Query editor in the Power Query editor screen. All right. Well, it look like you create it about 3 times, huh? That's your third time you're creating it. All right, so it must be probably somewhere there, but I can't see your screen, so I can't tell you. Yeah, they're gonna need to know Power Query. You gotta actually close down Excel totally and start back. But if you're there, the third time you're creating it, you have that's why I ask, where you have table 3 Power Query editor. Yes, you did it already up to the first split column by delimiter, yes? You did the second one. All right, so if you look on my screen, you see any steps I have? You press Alt and Tab, right? You flip back. All right, so you rename your columns first, mid, and last. You need to double click on the header, like for the first column, and rename it first. Right. All right. So what I'm asking you is, what is your last step in applied steps? What is the name of your last steps in the applied steps list? I'm asking, what is the name for the last step that you have in your applied steps list? The applied steps is on your right hand side below properties. Rename columns, yeah, so you don't have anything else after that, right? And so all you do now, right, once you reach there, is from the home menu, you're going to click the close and load button at the top. So what I would do is that would push it back as a table in Excel. So once you click close and load, it should bring it back in Excel. Yeah. You see what happened? I had like 3 different instances right now that you created. So it might be giving you a column name conflict. Yeah. Yeah, that one help you. You gotta actually shut down that file and do it over totally. Because it looks like it appears that you might have had like 3 different queries created against that same data set now. Right? Because yours was saying table 3 or something like that, I think. Mine was just table 1 now. Was it a million rows? Did you put your cursor in one cell of the data? So you should have like the number of rows you should have here is like 1999 rows. All right. Yeah, it looked like you created multiple queries back in Excel. Yeah. So this is just the introduction. What I would recommend you do, because you see, I cannot see your screen. Normally, that's how I'll be able to help you. So just all right. But the next exercise will be this is a little bit more steps. So what I want you to do, like follow closely with me. So as I do a thing, you do it. If you get lost, right? Just see, pause there or something like that. So that way I'll be able to work with you, right? And yeah, right, good. Okay. All right. So you take the little break and come back, right? We have a lot more stuff to cover. All right. What you all think would need to fix in this in the unpivoted data exercise? Sorry? Well, you mean on this sheet here? You seen the front what? Sorry? Well, those are products. Nah, no, no. Yeah. Well, I don't have any. So, a issue would be, well, you don't have any proper header row here for these first two columns, right? Another issue would be, well, you have subtotals in the data, and you also have a grand total row. What's another issue? You have blanks here where it should have engineering, and here should be maintenance. Here should be operations. So it have a number of things that need to fix with the data to get it in a form that um, Excel BI tool, which is Power Pivots, could use to create merge with other data sets and stuff. Right? So how do we fix that now? Honestly, I don't have to be in this file to get to look at this data and convert it to the correct form and get it in another file. I don't have to be in this file. So I wanted to show you all how to do that, because the last example, we were in the file and we created a report in the same file. But a lot of the times you just want to connect to these data sources here, wherever they are, and build your report somewhere else here. Break up the data from the reporting. So the question is how you do that. So we're going to do a couple things with this. So just close this file down. We're going to have to connect to this file. So close it down. We're going to open a blank Excel file, guys. Open a blank Excel file. And we want to go to get the data from my Excel file. So from the data menu, let me know when you're all here, when you're all ready. Make sure that our other file is closed down. So any file you want to connect to get data from the file should be closed. Everybody there? You all ready? Anybody not ready? All right. So go to the data menu. You want to go get data from file from Excel workbook. You want to get the data from file from my Excel workbook. And we're gonna point to that file, right? So that file would be on our desktop in the advanced Excel folder, Power Query. And the folder here would be data cleansing exercise, unpivoted data exercise. So I'll leave the file part up in case you're not sure where to go. There's a reason I ask you all to put these things on your desktop so it'll be easier for you all to find. Don't go and put it in a OneDrive folder or somewhere else, and then you have problems running your queries and stuff. You all ready? Or you need a minute? Yeah. So I have it and just point to the file. I just asking if anybody not ready. So assuming everybody is ready. Trisha, you there? Natisha? Natisha, what about you? Tell me what you're not getting. Tell me what's the issue. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, you had to go in the get and transform section, get data from file from Excel output. So I have it up on my screen if you're not sure what you're doing. All right, and you're going to point to the file, which is unpivoted data exercise. So let me know when you get to there, and then we will continue. Where your folder is with the files, yeah. You have it on your desktop. Right, you see in the folder there. So like I have mine on my desktop too, right? So I went to the desktop and then it's wait. No, yeah. Did you extract your files to your desktop? Or are they compressed? Nah, well you can't yeah. If it compressed, you had to unzip it to your desktop. Or else you wouldn't be able to work with them. Remember that in the instructions. You have to unzip the file. Yeah, unzip the files. You can't work with them compressed. That probably is what giving you stress. Anybody else having problems? Yeah, this one is an important exercise. It should take you like a minute just to unzip to your desktop. No fluster yourself. Let me give you a minute or two. All right, I'll talk a little bit while you do it. Just let us know when you unzip your files. Right. So the whole objective of this exercise is well as a couple things is to show you how to connect to external source file, which is in Excel, how to manipulate whatever is there so that the source remains the same, but you're doing all these steps in Power Query and then you output in that result into another file. Right? That's basically what we're trying to do with this example. And the other thing is to understand that Power Query is just like a macro. So like when you're writing a macro, there's a logical sequence you would go to perform the steps. You do this first, then that first, then that first, then that first. So in this exercise, we need to kind of figure out what should be done first, what should be done after, then the next, right? Till we actually get the output. Anybody had any questions while we wait for a minute again? Ilvi? I think I said the name wrong. Miss Molino, you okay there? Not sure if she on. Andrea, you okay? Hello, Andrea. You follow up to there, right? I live. Yeah, yeah. I live. Sorry. Thank you. I live. You there? All right. All right. Okay. All right. Nice. Natisha. Yeah. How far you reach now? You want to get the data from file from Excel workbook, and then point to the file, right, which is in the data cleansing exercise folder in Power Query folder. The file name is unpivoted data exercise. So I have it up on my screen. All right, click import. You'll see an import button below. Click on that. And that is going to open up the navigator menu. Let me know when you all reach here. Yeah. Yeah, you needed to click on that file, and then you need to click import, and it would bring you to this navigator screen. Let me know when you're here. If you're not here, let me know too, so I know what to tell you. So what this screen will show you is the two files, well, the two sheets in the folder. It will show you all the objects associated with the files. So in other words, an Excel file is not like a flat file. It actually is a container for other objects. So usually it would have like data tables, it would have sheets, it may have chart objects, etc. So what it's showing you here is all the objects it's seen in the file. Did everybody reach here? All right, you need to click on initial report. That is the object you're looking at. And that sheet is what we want to look at to get into tabular form. Natisha, where is? All right, so you highlight on initial report, right? Next step is transform data. So you'll see a button below called transform data. Click on that. Next to load, you'll see transform data. Click on that. So what I would do, guys, is going to call up the report in Power Query. And from here, we could do the manipulation. So in this case, Power Query created certain steps for us automatically, that it did an automatic promotion of headers. So if you all look in the applied step section on the right hand side of the screen, you will see these 4 steps here. Right click on promoted headers, and you're going to say delete until end. Delete until end. You all there? I upstairs, Rakesh building. Yeah. I there, but I just teaching a class. Yeah, if you come, yeah. It have people here, it have people upstairs, downstairs. Yeah. AC's on, yeah. Yeah, guys. So you all should have had up to here. I told you all to delete the last two steps. So you all should only see two steps here: source and navigation. Is everybody there? All right. What we want to do first is look at um, probably removing one of the rows here. So do we need that first row? Rakesh, you look out for Mr. Solomon. You had to be in front. When he come, you just show him you need just introduce him to the guard and you need to just check the load on the building, electricity load. Alright? Alright, so look out for him, eh? Alright. He say he coming down now, he might have a line in front or something. It might be a half an hour. Alright, bye. So how do we remove that first row? We're gonna go to the little spreadsheet icon here, and you will see there's a button there called remove. If you click on the little spreadsheet icon button here, just highlight it so you all could see. You'll see there's a button called remove top rows. Remove top rows. How much rows you want to remove, guys? Well, you need to remove this top row here, right? From the data. So put one, click OK. What you think would be the next step that you need to do? Anybody? To fix up this data?
Promote the header. Promote the next row to header.
You probably have to look at the row here and push it up to the header row. Right? So you'll want to go here and say use first row as header. So if I here is column 1, we could probably rename that department. Double click on column 1, rename it to department. Double click on column 2, you could probably call that product. What you think would be the next step, guys? Um, so what really should happen here is that we could either remove the subtotals, right? Or we could fill out the nulls, replace the nulls with the department names. You all there? So let's see if we remove the subtotals. How would you all remove the subtotals? Nah, you need to get the data in raw data format because you might want to combine this with other data now. So you cannot have, whenever you're working with databases, the data it do have subtotals and stuff in it. So we have to get this data back into a raw data format. The guys online, you all with me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Well, the subtotal rules you mean? So you have like engineering total, maintenance total, operations total. You could probably filter it out. Some people would say filter all the ones that contain the word total. I probably wouldn't do that. What I would do is look for a pattern in the data that we could exploit to remove the subtotals and the grand total. You all seen any pattern in the data we could exploit, Shona?
The product now.
You have the nulls in the product column, so we could go to the product column and put a filter we could go in it and untick null and click OK. So if you click on the filter button for product, you could untick the nulls and then all these subtotals would be removed. You all there? Natisha, you get that? All right. What about Andrea? All right. So once you go here and you unfilter the nulls, you could go to the grand total column and remove that too. Right click on grand total and you want to say remove. What I would advise you all to do, and this from experience, is well, we should fill in the nulls here in the text field. So we could right click on department and we could say fill down. Right click on the department header, that is column 1, and we want to say fill down. See if you all do that. You all there? Right click on department and say fill down, and then we remove the grand total before that. So there was, if you look at the steps here, we remove the column with the grand total, right? We filtered out the rows. We removed this grand total column at the right here. This was it here. We went in this step. We took that out. And then the last thing we did a fill down. So if I go to fill down, you would see that that is fill down. Any questions? Remember, this is not how you would typically do it. You all wouldn't be accustomed with this. This is new for you all now. So I would expect you all would make mistakes. But I doing it together with you all, so you have a sense of exactly what had to be done. So I'm assuming everybody reached here, all these steps executed. Josanne, you need our help? Yeah, hi. Well, what I said was from the product column, you needed to untick the null, right? So if you go on the filtered rows step, I just showing you it. I basically tell it to keep the rows where the product does not equal null. Is that what you have? So if you go on filter rows and you click the gear wheel, look at what you have. Do you have equals or does not equal? All right, we need to move on. So just check it back. You just need to go to the step, click the gear wheel, and it should be does not equal null. I take it off. I had it on my seat stop, so I'm not sure. So that's why I put this on. But when you're ready, I'll leave this so y'all could use it, right? Natisha, yeah, go ahead. Move on. That, yeah, but that mean you wouldn't be able to do the other steps now, because you wouldn't have it fixed. So it's just the filter row step you needed to fix here now. Right? So once you did the steps like I did, right? You should reach this point here where we have the data here. But the problem is you need to get one record per row. All right. So when I filtered out the nulls from the product column, what I remained with was just all the records which actually had values. Now, an important thing to look out for is that in the numeric columns, there may be a null on nulls. When you have that, like here, this would kind of block you from doing calculations. So what I usually do is I would select all my numeric columns like so. I would go to Jan, shift click on December, and I would go and right click on any column header. So we select all the columns which have numbers, right? And what we want to do is we want to replace the nulls with zeros. You all there? That will allow us to do regular calculations if we need to. So that's a little tip you all need to know. So right click on Jan. We want to tell it replace values on that Jan header. All right click, replace values. Value to find is null. And we want to replace it with a 0 and click OK. You all there? So what I would do now, now we do that step before we go on and pivot the data. We do that step before we go on and pivot the data, right? So to unpivot the data, we had to select department and product. Yeah. So what we want to do, guys, is get the data in tabular form, what they call one record per row. If you have to do this in regular Excel, you have to go through some hoops to do it. So basically what we want is one column with the months going on and one column with the values going on. To do that, the way how I do it, the shortcut way, is to select the columns that you want to repeat, which is these two columns here, department and product name. That is what will be going down. You all there? Select those two. So you control click on the product header. And now you have those two columns selected. Let me know if you're all with me. Online, guys. Yeah.
Yes.
Right click on the header for either one here. And you want to tell Excel unpivot the other columns. Unpivot other columns. So basically you want to unpivot the numeric columns. When you do that, look at what happens. It spins the data. So now you have the data, instead of going across, it actually will go down in tabular form. So over here will be month. We could rename attribute to month, right? And then we could rename value here. This would be cost. So this data is in tabular form now. And you could combine other columns into this data set, or you could actually use this to create other reports. You all understand what I'm saying? So that's the power of Power Query. This you would not be able to do this very easily. I mean, as you all would know, in Excel, and you would have all your values, right? Any questions on this? Anything you're not sure about? Natisha, I think where you went over there was maybe with the filtered rows. So what I suggesting is you could just go back to the step here in your applied list of steps. If you make a mistake, you'd go here and fix it. So in filtered rows, there's a little gear wheel next to that step. If you look on my screen, click on the gear wheel, and your rule here should be does not equal to null for that product column. So you want to keep the rows where product does not equal null. If you don't do that, you wouldn't get what I have here. All right, so these are the steps that we would take normally to cleanse the data. Any questions on this? Any comments from the guys online? Like Shona, supposed to be having report. Not yet. No comment, right? Okay. No questions. Trisha.
No, I'm good.
Yeah. So like, if I guess if you're like working on budgets and stuff, Trisha, and you're all collecting the data, like the OPEX data, the operating expenditure data from different departments, you might normally collect that data in a template form, and it might look something like, let me just close and load this data here. It might look like the initial report, right? Format. Let me just go back into Power Query. So when you build your templates and you collect the data might be with the months going across, and the guys have to input like for different lines of expenditure what the amount is, right? What I'm saying is, if you needed to merge all the data for all your different departments together, right, you could use Power Query to do that. But best practice would say, well, look at all those templates that's submitted and convert them to tabular form in an automated way. So this is like a common routine that people have to do to get that done. Once you created once, you could apply it to different data sets. You could just change the source and have it do it to the other data sets. Or you could have it run through all the files in one. They have routines to do that. All right, so we're moving on. All right, now, one of the things I wanted to point out too with Power Query is the fact that there is inherently in Power Query like error check-in. You could check the quality of the data. So like if you look below, once you double click in that query here, this initial report query, you will see here that like if I go back a step, right, column 2 here, if you notice, you'll see a green bar and then it have some blank portion. When you hover on that green bar, it'll actually tell you how many valid values you have in the cell and how many are empty and if you have errors and stuff. So Power Query automatically does what they call a column profile of your data using the first 1,000 rows of data. It would do that. And basically it does that for efficiency. If you had 3 million records, the length of time it would take to run through that 3 million and do a column profile, it would be long. So by default, it would actually give you a snapshot based on the first 1,000 rows, the quality of the data. If you wanted more details on the quality of the data, you could actually go here in the view menu. So if you go in the view menu here, you would see there is this button called column quality. Column quality. So if you click that, it's going to show you like if you have any invalid entries, empty cells, and that kind of thing. It will give you a visual here. So I'm just going to untick it. The other thing you could do is look at the column distribution. And if you tick that button, column distribution, let me go back a few steps. The column distribution would normally tell you how much of each type of values you have in the data set. So like if you look at column 1 where I am here in this step here, it's seen 8 distinct values and 7 unique values. You all know what the differentiation is between distinct and unique? Well, you might see it better from column 2. It's seen 4 distinct and 0 unique. What do you think that means? Distinct means that it's going to look at all the values in the column and it's going to count the occurrence of a value once. Right? So you have 1 distinct value, 2 distinct value, 3 distinct values, and it counting null as a 4th distinct value. Even though you have multiple occurrences, it counting the occurrence of each value once. You all there? Unique means a value only occurs once in the data set. So like if there was something called QRZ in one cell, but you didn't have it occurring in any other, it would count that as one unique. You all there? So that is the differentiation between distinct and unique. You could also look at the column profile and that will give you like a max, a min, and it would give you like counts and stuff, right, for your data. The max and the min with text data, it would look at it alphabetically, all right? You go on a numeric column like Jan, you will see max and min in terms of the dollar values here, average. So you have that kind of capability to look at the data to assess quality using Power Query. So I'm just going to take it off. The other thing why I put you here too is to make sure that you have your formula bar ticked. You all there? Then you could see a formula bar here, guys. All right. Power Query, while we here, it usually produces the stuff in a script called M-code. M-code is the language that Power Query, when you click in, the different menu options, it writes in the code in the background to do what you want it to do. So if I go advanced editor, the work we did here just now, this is the code for it here. So the first part of it is a more natural language kind of code. So basically the source, this is where we pointed to the which file to connect to. And then initial report sheet is where we said what sheet in the file we were interested in. Right? And then what we did, it actually natural language recorded the steps. So for that step called remove top rows, we took out the first row from that initial report sheet. You all see how easy it is to read? So after a while, you'll probably start writing the code here. The change type step, what that does, it would look at every column in the data, and then it would determine, Power Query would determine what the data type should be for each of the columns. So that is what you're seeing here. Right? Rename column, well, that's self-explanatory. Column 1, remember we put a step to rename that to department, and column 2, rename it to product. So each of the things we did, you would see the steps recorded here written in the M language code to do it. Any questions, guys? All right, so we're going to close this down. Guys. And what we're going to do, we're going to go to the next exercise. So what we want to do is start looking at how to combine data. All right, we're building up slowly. We're going to look at how you combine data to build a report. And I'll take you through the full flow to join the data, and then we'll probably build like a report in Excel using pivot tables. All right. So if you go in the combined data folder in Power Query again, you will see the different files that we want to be using. So the example here, we want to build a report, and the base file that we have is this one here called Sample Superstore. So let's open up that report, that data set. So the sheet, we have a sheet here called orders, right? And these are, it has order information, orders that the company received, right? So in this case, orders, and these were the actual sales, the quantity sold, the discount they gave, and the profit, all right? One thing the sheet missing though is like information on the products. It has a product ID number on this sheet, but it does not have like the product name. It doesn't have the product category or the product subcategory, right? However, we do have that information somewhere else. So there's this other file here called product details. If we open up that file, you'll see that that file has the product ID, category, subcategory, product name. So what I'm saying to you all, what would you all normally do if we need to get the information from that other file into here? Remember, neither file line up the same way. How would you get the product category, product name, product subcategory columns into here from the other file automatically? What's the formula you all use in Excel for that? Yeah, the average person would use VLOOKUP, right? There's an intermediate level formula. Don't tell me the average person will write it. That is a buff, Josan. Right? There's a buff. Remember, we are the advanced level. So VLOOKUP is like a primary school thing now. Right? But I'll have to explain it to you all. I realize some of you all don't even know that one, right? But like in the old days, I'll tell you all the truth. 20 years ago when I was working, right? No, I was real dread as a manager. When I had my day job, I was well, I didn't give you all my background. So I used to work in auditing with Price Waterhouse in the early days. When I left there, I went to work with Methanol. So I was into management reporting and stuff. And when I left there, I went to work with a company called CMMB. So I was in charge, like what they call corporate finance, and then before that, I was the chief accountant. Anyway, if I was by that place and working, we needed people who were very, very fast and knowledgeable, right? So like if I was hiring you to come and work for me, I would probably only ask two questions. One is, do you know VLOOKUP? And the second one is, do you know pivot tables? And if your answer to either one was no, I would immediately conduct an exit interview. Because as far as I'm concerned, you're not even meeting the technical cut. Forget about it because you'll be wasting my time. You might be good to work with one of my junior accountants, but you wouldn't be able to work with me now. Because, I mean, that's all you was living in to do, basically reports. I mean, as I got older, well, things change. I realized, well, attitude and, um, willingness to learn and those kinds of things more important than technical skill. Because if you're willing, your technical things could come after. But that's later on in my life. Then I realized, but wait now. When I was young, I was taking the wrong approach, right? So, um, anyway, why I telling you all this? So that's a critical thing I don't know. So usually, if you're doing like if you're doing like the intermediate course, you usually do like pivot tables, macros. You do stuff like VLOOKUPs. You do like the nested formulas. And at this level, well, I presume you know that. If you know that, then you're in trouble, right? But here, I'd make it easier. So let me see if I can make it easy for you. I'm telling you all that there's a way to automatically join and get in the data from the product details table into here automatically, right? And to do that, we don't need to use any formulas, right? So that's what I'm going to show you how to get additional columns into here from somewhere else. right? And the key thing is you must have some ID here, which we could use to go and marry that information, match it with the information in the other table, and bring in the product name, product details, etc., to match with this number. So that is just the key requirement. Your file, which is here, must have an ID, which should also be in the other table, which is the product details table that we want to bring it in from. So and then we also want to get region information. So we have a file called region, and in that region file, which I just open up, it tells you for each state what the region is. Our data doesn't have region, it has state, but there is no column called region. You all there? So we want to bring in two different data sets into here. This file have like a lot of transactions, close to 10,000, right? So we need to get for every item number here the correct information. So the approach I'm going to use, I'm going to close this file down, not saving it. So for the reports we want to create, I want to combine the data from here with the data from here with the data from here to get one master file with the information from all three. Let me know if you all clear what I'm going to be doing. Well, you might know what I'm going to be doing, but the principle is we had to get the data from the other two files, which is product details and region, and have it join up with the data from sample superstore. And once we have the full data set, we're going to create a report by region, by product subcategory, by order year to show the total sales. You all there? To do that, you need information from all three files. You all there? All right. Nah, we ain't even doing that. We're going to use Power Query. Before we even do that, we're using Power Query to build a master table with all the data. So this is another tool that you're going to add to your toolkit. So it's more akin to like VLOOKUP to connect to the other thing here and bring in the information. It's akin to that. Any questions, anybody, before we go ahead? The file is, well, you need to know the folder, Power Query, combined data. The file is sample superstore. Right? Yeah, no problem. So we're not opening up the file again. The file had to be closed. We're now going to connect to the file. So what you had to do is make sure all those files you had up closed, because we're going to connect and join all those into one master table automatically. Right? These are real things. These are real examples that you will find you have to do, right? And work. Nothing I'm telling you is from old talk, is from experience, right? So what you would do is just click on Excel, open up a blank file. Open up a blank file, guys. Yes. All right, and then what we want to do is we want to go to the data menu, get data from file from Excel workbook. And we're going to open up that sample superstore file from here, right? Data, get data from file from Excel workbook. We're going to point to that sample superstore file, and that file is in the advanced Excel folder. You should have Power Query. Combined data is the subfolder, and we want to get the data from the sample superstore file. So the approach I use, and you all imagine this, I want people to continue entering data in the sample superstore file. I want them to continue entering new products in the product details file. And if we have new regions we sell in, keep entering that in the regions file. The process I build in is going to connect to those three files, right? And draw that data into a master table and then produce the report. And if they add more data, when I hit refresh, it should flow through into my reports. You all understand what I'm saying? So it's they call it a straight flow through process. All right. So we in the file called sample superstore. We only interested in orders, the orders query, the orders sheet, which is it's seen as a table here. So just highlight orders. All right, see if you all seen that. You want to transform data. Transform data, guys. Let me know if you all here. If you're not here, actually, let me know. So you all, let me know if you all, everybody's seen what I have. Let me know when you come, right? Stay with him, man. Let him know what, yeah, what you're doing, and while he just checking the load. The air condition went down in my room, in we room here. I don't know if anything trip. You didn't trip anything, right? Yeah, yeah. All right, okay. All right. Well, all right, later. Yeah, guys. So now this is, I call this the base query. In other words, we're gonna be using this as the base query to build our model, right? We need to bring in the other two files. So right now, where are we? We are in Power Query, all there. I added this query from where? From Excel, from the get data menu. We added the orders and it came here. What I'm saying to you is that if you're in the Power Query editor menu, you could actually add data from here instead of being outside. You all there? So we have orders here, but we want to now bring in the other two. We could go here in the Power Query editor menu. There's something called new source. You all seen that? We want to click on that. We want to say file Excel workbook. And what we want to get next, we want to get the product details. It should bring you to the same folder. It recognizes that you went to that folder before. We want to bring in product details and we're going to say import. So you don't have no transform anything because you're already in the transform menu, which is Power Query. So it's showing you the sheet. We want sheet one. We're just going to click OK. Now bear in mind this. Product details, sheet one. What you're seeing here is the headers here. You all there? But the headers, you could see we have a little fixing to do here. Saying column one, column two is the headers and not picking up the headers from below. So if we click OK, that'll bring in the product details query, which is called sheet one. The first thing we should do, let me know when you all do that. Let me know when you all get through with that. I would rename the query from sheet one to product details. So you could right click on sheet one and you could say rename and you want to call this product details. All right.
We're going into the new one. I'm seeing new query.
Sorry.
So
Where are you? Are you in the Power Query editor?
yeah,
Look, right. You have the orders, right? So what I said is you're remaining in the Power Query editor. And in the Power Query editor, if you look on my screen, you'll see a button there called New Source to the extreme right. So you'll click on New Source and then choose File Excel Workbook. And you need to bring in the product details file. All right. Let me know when you do that. when you're done, you need to rename the query. So you would see something called sheet 1 as what it's seeing. You'll have to highlight that and click OK, and it will bring you to the screen that I am currently back in.
Okay. Just remember to.
You could right click on sheet 1, so that should be under orders, right? You should see sheet 1, right click on sheet 1 and rename it to product details. Tell me when you reach there, because we have one more step to do.
Yeah.
All right, so if you did that, what you would see is, if you look at the data, the header is wrong. So what you all think we should do? You had to promote the headers. So you could go on the little spreadsheet icon here. Watch on my screen, right? Before you do it, I'll give you a minute to do it after. And you'll see a button, use the first row as headers. The second option is use the first row as headers. And that would promote the header. See if you all do that. The third step is to bring in what? Region. So you all think you could bring in region without me telling you all what to do? You have to repeat this step like what you did for product details. All right, bring in region. See if you all could do that. So you go new source, file, Excel workbook. We're going to connect to region. We're going to click import. And you have to select sheet 1 again. And you'll have to click OK. So once you're in Power Query, you're not going to see that transform button. It's not necessary because you're in the transform menu, which is Power Query, right? If you bring in your data directly from Excel, you'll go data, get data from file from workbook, and then it will give you an option to transform. You need to do a rename here from sheet 1 again to region. And you'll need to promote the header again like what we did. Use first row as headers. So let me know when you all did all that. Remember to promote your header. Sometimes I tell people to do it, they don't do it, they forget or whatever. You'll mess yourself up when we have to go and do the merges and stuff. All right? Don't say I didn't say. Because I did say. So let me give you all a minute. Let me know if you're anybody going off or something like that. All right, could we go ahead, Natisha? You ready?
Just already save it as region. There's the sheet. When you said promote, you mean just change it to region.
No. Promote header. What's your my header? What do you have for header for region? Like for the 2 columns, what do you have?
Okay, I have state and region, but as in column 1.
That's what I mean promote. Remember to promote that. Remember that mean that in the data. So to promote the header, state and region to the header level, if you notice I have it in the header level, what you need to do is click on what? We did this before. Click on the spreadsheet icon here, and there's an option use first row as headers. Yeah? You need to do that for both product details and for region. Make sure you have the first row as the header. Because if you don't do that, what I'm saying is you will not be able to merge properly. Check product details. You will see I have my headers as the product ID category, region. I have state and region as my headers. So make sure your data correct.
Details too as well.
Uh,
As well under the header.
where you need to do a promotion again. Yeah? You with me or no? What to do?
I need to do a promotion. I have it under product details and region. I have the
So
under
what I told you to do, let's say you're on region. Which one you're on right now? Product details or region?
when I was on product detail.
If you're on product details, what I'm saying to you, if you have product ID in row number 1,
It's on the head. It's on the header, the ABC header, the text
you have product ID there.
under the header.
So you have it in row 1. What do you have in row 1? I'm highlighting row 1 on my sheet. Do you have product ID there in row 1?
No, no.
Where do you have it? At the top?
In the column, yeah, the top.
All right. Well, you have it correct. That's what we're saying.
Right.
So you did your promotion region. You must have state at the top as well. That's what we mean promoting the header, because remember it was really in row 1, and then you would have had to go here and say use first row as headers. All right. Yeah. All right, guys. We need to move on. So what I want to do is I want to create something called a merge query. I want to basically create a new query, which is I calling it console, and that query will contain all the data from orders, plus it will contain some columns from the product details table, like these 3 columns, plus I want it to also contain the region. You all there? So to do that, just highlight orders, and we're going to do a merge query, but we need to merge the query. You cannot click merge queries. You'll have to click merge queries as new. So I'll show you how to do that. Highlight the orders query here like I'm doing. Pay attention to what I'm doing. And next to the merge queries button, there's a drop arrow. Click the drop arrow. And there's an option there called merge queries as new. You want to click on that. All right. So if you did that, you will see the orders data here, and you will see an empty box underneath. We need to select the product details table. All right, from the drop arrow here, select the product details table. Let me give you all a minute to do that. And we want to do a left outer join. You all there? Left outer join is akin to what we know to be a VLOOKUP. It will look at everything in this first table, right? Using well, we can't use the order ID. We had to use the what? Where's the common field? Product ID. We had to click product ID. So if you scroll to the right, you would see in the orders table product ID column. Click on that. And we want that to match against what? We want to click on the product ID in the product details table. You all there? So once you select these two, you all see below it says the selection matches everything, right? Let me know when you all reach here. Speed it up. All right. I'm assuming you all did what we said, right? Anybody have problems? Now is the time to say. You must select the product ID from the 2 tables, right? I told you all exactly what to do. I have it up on the screen. Leaving the join kind as the default left outer, right? And then you're clicking OK. So basically, it should match everything. It's say 994 out of 994, all right? 9,994. So click OK. And what you will observe, if you scroll to the end of the table, there's a scroll bar at the bottom. If you scroll to the end, you have all the column. In this new query, it created a new query called what? Merge one. And that have everything from the orders table in it. But now, it also contains a column with the product details. So this is a table here actually with everything from product details. So what we want to do is click the double-headed arrow next to product details here. Let me know if you're all with me here. Let me wait a minute. Anybody not here? Now is the time to say. Remember, like I told you, like personally, I prefer to use dual screens to do this kind of work, right? So, like I told you all in the email, yeah, like I told you all in the email, you need to either have a double screen, or if you don't have a double screen, you could press Alt and Tab to flip back and do your work. So, I give you enough time to do it, then flip back.
So I reach by merge one, Mr. Ali. That's all you like. I'm not seeing him tab. Just your screen.
You,
By merging it.
how come you're not seeing my screen though?
No, I seen it, but the letter.
Oh, yeah,
Excel.
it is merge one. Where you could what you could do if you're not seeing it properly, I don't know if you could see here. There is a three dot button here, more options. You could go here and there's an option to full screen inside here. Next to the hanger button, which is the red button, it have a hamburger button, they call it. Call more options. You click on that, there's an option to full screen from here. So that should help you to see it bigger. Let me come back to my screen. So we're going to rename merge one to console. We could right click on merge one, rename it to console. You could either rename here or you could rename in the properties name box. Console, type it and hit enter. That would apply that name there. All right. I would also change it in the properties name box. You all there?
Arif, I'm sorry. I did what you said. I think I missed a step because I'm still on orders, even though I have merged queries as my last.
Nah. Did you merge queries as new? Remember I told you all, do not click merge queries. You're supposed to go to the drop arrow to the right and choose merge queries as new. If you just click merge queries, it's going to merge everything into that orders query, which we didn't want.
Right.
We wanted a fresh query.
Can I just revert to the previous step and then will that
Yeah, you probably have your query built in into the orders query. Is that correct?
yes.
So look, like if you look on my orders query, how much steps you see in here? 4. You probably have 5 or 6.
Yes. So
Where is your you need to delete the other 2 steps. So how you do that is you could just after change type, you could right click on the step and say delete until end. All right. The next step after change type, if you had that there, you would right click on that step, which might be a merge step, and say delete until end. That would take that off.
So I'm back at change type and then I'm going to go.
Well, you're not clicking merge queries. You're clicking the drop arrow and you're saying merge queries as new. Yeah. That was your mistake there.
And then select.
Do the same selection again, the same exact same thing again.
Right. The product ID and then.
Mm-hmm.
Got you. Sorry.
Right. Rename merge one. You'll get a merge one now. Rename it to console. Rename merge one to console. So you all should have what I'm saying. If you listen to what I say here, you should have all the columns from orders, and you should have a new table called product details as a singular column in the orders table in console. Right? You would have that in console. So what you do is to bring in the information from product details into this console, you click on the double-headed arrows at the top of product details here. This column, the column in the console, product details column in console. Click on the double-headed arrow. We don't want to have product details prefixing each of these names here. So just untick use original column names as prefix. All right. We don't want the product ID. We're only interested in the category, subcategory, and the product name. We already have product ID now from the orders table, so we don't need that repeated. We're only interested in the category, subcategory, and the product name. So basically, you're unticking product ID and you're unticking the option with the using the original column name as prefix. Once you click OK, should I click OK or no? You all have this or no?
Yeah.
If you all click OK, that would bring in the information into the file here. All right, so now you have category, subcategory, product name, and you have all these other columns here. All right, we need to add in, so you all see how easy this is. All right, you could bring in like 50 columns in one shot from another table into here if you needed to like analyze your data in many, many different ways. In the old days, I would have had real use to this. I remember doing when I had I don't say retired, when I resigned from where I was working, they called me back to work on a big like core business systems development project, and we had a lot of data work to do. I wish we had like these tools. I would just look up the data migration working easily with some of these tools, but we use what we had at that time, right? If it's there, you can't use it. So. All right, so once we have this, we need to bring in the region information, guys. So you're remaining on console, right? You had to make sure that your console highlighted, and we want to bring in region. So to bring in the region, now you had to pay attention again. I'm telling you all, listen very carefully to what I'm telling you all, or you're going to make mistakes. With console highlighted, we want to merge in region into console. Somebody trying to log in back. Is that right? Shona, like you drop off there a minute, girl.
Yeah, I think something happened to my internet.
You in work? You in work or?
Out at home.
Okay.
Okay, so product details, you double arrow, untick product ID, untick use original column as prefix. Select OK.
So yeah, I click OK, right? So you'll get these 3 columns here. What I say now is that we want to merge in console region data, all right? So make sure you have console highlighted here. And to bring in the region data, what kind of merge query you had to do for that? Would we merge queries as new? No, we're not going to create a new query. We want to merge that query inside a console. You all with me? Make sense? So now we could click merge queries. You all there? So I'm trying to show you with this example the 2 ways you do it. When to create merge queries as new, because we want a totally new thing that we want to pull data from these 3 queries here. Everybody there? So that is when we create merge queries as new. But now we want to bring in region information into here. So we're going to just click merge queries. The default for that is to merge it into console. You'll see it using console, right? It shouldn't be using order, it's using console. And we want to bring in the region. So let's choose region here. What would be the common field between the 2 tables, guys, to use? Huh? No, think about it. I want you all to think. Yeah, the only thing common between the 2 will be state, guys. We had to use state. Now think about what you're doing. I know it's new, but I'll tell you all something, right? And I tell all my children, I have 3 little boys. So I tell them the same thing, right? Think about what it is you're trying to do, right? Don't learn it like parrot fashion because you wouldn't really learn it. What we're trying to do is to bring in information from one source into another source. And I mean, it only have one field that really common to the 2. You want to get this information into here, but we had to use some other field to bring it in. We only have state here. So that's the only thing that we have here that exists here too. So that's the field that we use. So think about what you're doing, all right? State, and notice it find a match. So it have a one-to-one match here with this and this. We could bring in the region information. So if we click OK, guys, if we click OK, that would bring region in, the region table in here. We could expand again and we could untick state. It remembers that you choose not to use the original column name as prefix. You all there? So it's not going to yeah, it's not going to give you anything there. Solomon still there, Rakesh? He gone? Tell you anything? It over. So click OK, guys. And we're going to double click on the header. So for region here, we could rename region to region. What happened is because the table it was pulling from was called region, where we pull the information from, it just renamed the column to region.1. You all there? But I double click and I rename it back to region. So now you have a master table with everything. You all there?
The product details, is it the same procedure we use in regards to region? Somewhere along there, skip up.
So what I said to you all is, was that for region, the only thing different is we merging that into console. So you're not going to merge the query as new. You're just going to click merge queries. That is the only thing that different. Yeah.
Cool, but I understand region. It's the same procedure with product details into console.
No, it's not.
That's what
We had for product details into console, we did merge queries as new. Right? That's what we did first. So that's what I was just explaining what the difference is. Right? So guys, stick with me. I do the exact same things I'm doing and have a reason for it. Try to follow the logic. I want you all to get the logic of what we're doing. Right? So because we bring in region into console, like I said, you didn't go merge queries as new because we have this query here that we want to bring this in. Remember when we use orders and product details, we created a new query called cons and we call it console. When we bring in region, we want to bring region in console. So we didn't have to create no new query. We just click merge queries and that would bring region into console. All right. So now we have all the data here. We have region data we brought in, product name, etc. We have all the fields to report. Now here my principle next, right? There's a logic behind doing everything. I don't want, some people, they have a bad habit of loading all the data into the Excel file and building the reports together with the data. The problem with that is that would be like it could load your files very heavily now. So the file will be slow to open, slow to run. I remember working with a client and they had a file. They were a multinational and the lady had a file like 100 megs, an Excel file. And she asked me, well, why do you report so slow to run? Well, why it's slow to run? You have all your data downloaded, which is more than 90 megs of data. And then you building reports on that. You're trying to put calculations against 200,000 rows of data. Why you think it running so slow? Right? So that's the old school way now. You download all the data, build it. So what I want to do is I could actually build a report in Excel, right? By and not load any of this data into the file. I could do that. But what I'm going to do is just for you all to see, because you all knew of this, is I don't want to load the data from here, here, and here back into the file. All right. I only want to load which data set? Console. And I didn't even need to do that. I could build a pivot table report with this remaining in cache memory. All right. It didn't have the data, didn't have to exist in the file. So I don't know what you all prefer to see. I mean, you all supposed to know at this level pivot table report. Do you all prefer to see the data in the file or you want to see the report built without the data in the file? It's up to you all to see. But the first, I'll do it two ways for you all, both ways if that's what you all need to see. Maybe to appreciate one or the other. So the first thing we're going to do it though is disable the load. I don't want to bring back orders, product details, region as data back in as separate sheets in the file. You all there? I only want to bring back this one, console. All right? Because that'll be redundancy, that'll be duplication. So the way how we do that, we use our little trick. If we go, you'd see a drop arrow next to close and load here. In the home menu, you click on the drop arrow where you see close and load, I'm going to choose close and load to. Close and load to. You all there? And I'm going to tell Excel only create a connection. You all there? So I don't want to bring back all 4 as tables. I only want a connection to those 4 queries. So we take in only create a connection. Are you all with me, guys?
Yes.
There.
All right, I'm going very, very slow. I don't usually go this slow, but I realize I need to kind of drop the pace a little bit. So normally we'd be finished with all this already. At the advanced level, it assumes you have, all these things, pivot tables, lookup formulas. So the explanation is supposed to be less. No? But it is what it is. Only create a connection, click OK. All right, so what we did here is we haven't returned anything back in Excel, but the work actually done in memory. You all there? What we want to return back is only which one? Console. So the way how we get the console data back in here, and like I said, I didn't even need to return this back to get a report here. But if you so choose and you wanted console back in here, the data set, we could right click on console, the query, right click on console as the query here, and you could choose load to. And you want to load it to a table. You all there? You want to click on A1. Click on A1, right? So that would put it in cell A1 now. I had my cursor somewhere else, so it would go there. But I want to click in cell A1 on the sheet. So it would go in the sheet in A1, or you could have choose new worksheet, it would have go in A1 there. Let me know when you all choose table and you all choose existing worksheet A1. Click OK. So basically what you would do is return that console data here. The average person would return the console data and then they would build reports. I wouldn't do that. I would normally just build it straight from the model in memory. Right, so I'll show you all that approach after. So this is the data we have here. All right, you all think you could build a pivot table report from this? Remember at this level, the advanced course assumes that you would have completed at least the Excel secrets course or intermediate Excel. So I want you all to build a pivot table report showing by segment what the total sales is, right? For each year, each order year, right? And broken down by product category. By segment, by product category, what the total sales is, right? And I want to see a breakdown in columnar format by order year, not data, by order year. That is the pivot table you had to create. You'll have 10 minutes. That should take like 10 seconds, but being the kind person I am, I'll give you all 10 minutes to do that. I'll put it up on the wall, right? So think about it. Remember at the intermediate level, well, you're supposed to know pivot tables. If not, then in your own course. Right? So those will be the things you would be expected to do. But no worries. I would do it together with you all though after. But I'll give you all 10 minutes to think about it, review what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, well, don't worry. We will build a pivot table report. Review back what you did if you're not sure. So let me just minimize this. I think the 10-minute clock is this one. All right. Remember, the report is by segment, by product category. You want to get the total sales broken down by order year. All right.
I think so. It's fine. I think, well, they're not RT3. Well, it's fine. That's not legal IT real estate, which is general. General. Well, to me, when I was doing it, I saw the sum of all of it. Yeah, I'm not easy. You could sleep in. Really like to see this. Like you would click everything. And then how it's and it's
Now, right? Yeah. No, you did what I did, right? Was it feel like your group or which years, what your group for years? Yeah, sure. So let's see what you like. Just check it. Yeah, group it into months. Starting from it. Correct. Right, good. So is this a fast pivot table? What you all can do is create a pivot chart from it and put in a slicer by segment and by years. All right. Okay, so let me see what you all did, right? I think the two people in class, they got it out. Anybody got it out online, guys? Let me see. Trisha, you got it out? Oh, I think the two guys in class got it out. Anybody got it out online, guys? Yeah, that's supposed to be a piece of cake for you. Mm-hmm. All right. Anybody else? You are the group accountant for answer. All right. So you all could probably help me in terms of building out the report. What's this here going? The data here. Right. So to create the report, you all would have said what? You would have gone to one cell of the data and you would have said insert pivot table. Right. Now it's going to look at the data from the console sheet. Let me make a mistake here. Pivot table. It's going to look at the data from the console sheet. So click OK. And then we're going to build the report in the file. All right. So the report would be based on what? What we want to group by? Well, the first thing I would know, segment, right? Before we do that though, I just want to tick a values field, which is, in this case, the values is what? Sales. And we need to group the order date. So I'm just going to tick the order date field. That should go into rows. Now, by default, Excel will automatically group by years, right? And it should also automatically group by months and quarters, if I'm not mistaken here, right? And down to days. So you have your, that would give you your category groupings here. You all did that? All right. Years should be in columns. All right. What would be the stuff to go into rows? So it's dragging out quarters, dragging out months, dragging out order date. Right. So we said we wanted a report by segment, by product category, which is category. So once you tick those fields, your report should build to the left there. So this is your report here, right? You all should know where the pivot table to fix the date formats. You only need to go into one cell, right? So if you right click on any one of the numbers in the pivot table report, you could right click and you could globally format the numbers by going to number format, choosing any of the formats here: number, no decimal place, thousand separator. So once you all do that, click OK, you should be good to go. All right, so that's the report that we should have here. Guys, we'll probably hold up at this stage till lunch, all right? Or just give me a minute. Let me just check outside for one thing. All right, give me 1 minute. I want to talk to you all. Yeah, guys. So how do you create a chart in one click from this here? How do we create a chart in one click, guys? Josanne, I want to create a chart in one click. In a pivot table, the shortcut method says press Alt and F1, right? So once you're in one cell of data, you press Alt and F1. That would give you a chart here. Well, it's a fast and dirty method to create a chart. You would then need to reformat that however you wish, all right? Let's get rid of the grid lines. And you all should know how to put in slicers, obviously, to slice the data, because we're going to be using these things tomorrow when we had to cross-slice all these different charts and stuff, right? So you could put in a slicer by segment and probably by period or whatever you want to slice the data by. So to create a slicer, once you're in one cell of the pivot table report, you would go to the pivot table analyze menu, and there's a button there called insert slicer. All right, so at the intermediate level in Excel, you must know these things. What we want to slice the data by, we want to slice it by segment, and we probably want to also slice it by year. Well, you would see years here. That should be good enough. If you wanted to slice by other things not in your model, you could just choose it from here. Subcategory, city, state, whatever, you could choose those things as well. Right? I don't like what I'm seeing here. So the slicer automatically would put in these fields which before and after the date. If I wanted to get rid of that because they really have no values for those fields, you know, we could click on the slicer menu on top, and in slicer settings there should be an option to hide items with no data. All right, that will just leave you with the that would leave you with the just years. All right. So once you activate the slicer, slicer is an object in Excel. You will see the slicer menu on top. You will see slicer settings, and here's where you would go to just hide items with no data. All right. Any questions, guys? Right. So once you select the year, it should literally slice and cross-slice the chart and the pivot table, right? It's not the best place to put a slicer, right? Normally we either put it at the left or we put it on top, or some people put it at the right. Right, once you click a particular year or you pick a particular segment, it will limit the data by that. Or if you control click, you will be able to select multiple segments or multiple years. Any questions? All right, I'm not hearing anybody. Yeah. So what I tried to do with this example is give you a full flow of how things would go through using Power Query. We connect to these sources. People could still update the sources. When you hit refresh, it would update. So in the data menu here, if say people had entered new data, when you click refresh all, it would then update the reports. Yes, if you had like a new year information, you had a new category, whatever, these things would get updated, and the chart and the pivot table report would get updated. These would feed from your data here. You all there? So maybe I could show you after lunch where you don't need to download the full report. This report, like how we did it here, you don't need to do that to build the same pivot table, pivot chart. If that's useful for you all, I'll show you all how to do that. That way you kind of optimize the size of your file. Data would remain in cache memory. Any questions? Anybody? All right, so we'll break for lunch. I'm not hearing anything, eh? Guys online, you all okay?
I'm okay.
Yeah. All right, so we'll hold for lunch. I'll put the clock up for 1 hour. Try to come back on time. I will want to start on time, definitely. All right, to finish for 4:30. Next month we have Excel secrets and techniques in management reporting. That's a 3-day program. Nah, no 1 day. The advanced class is 2 days. Yeah. That would run from 8:30 to 4. Yes. 8:30 to 4. Full days, and we'll be back to back days. Like 2 days. I usually run basic in-house for companies. I don't get like much people when I run public seminars with basic. I am Arif Ali here. But people know me for Excel. Oh, right. People know me for Excel and Power BI. idea a little bit to do it. You can do it online too. I have live online classes here. So right now the class is hybrid now with COVID and how people working. So I have it hybrid. So some people right now online and some doing it. We have two of them in the class. Yeah. Yeah. But how? The next class is in October. Is in middle of October. So I can send you the dates. If you send me an email address, not by my thing right now, I'll just send you the dates. I'll check back what dates. It will be early October. I'm gonna say it will be like 12, it might be 12, 13th one week, the Wednesday, Thursday in that week, and then the following Monday. Yeah. Excel secrets and techniques in management reporting. So that one which should start with shortcut tips and tricks and formulas, and then it would go into graphing and charting techniques, and then it would go into like writing nested formulas, it would go into pivot table reporting, error checking techniques. So that is what the class in the good one jump in advance. Right now I have people that are struggling because they don't have that intermediate level thing now, and then you could do advances more have to do with big data and how to automate data into reports and stuff. It's more automation. That is 3 days, so it's spread 2 days one week, 1 day the following week. So a Wednesday and Thursday, and then a Monday. If you send me an email, I will send you the brochure. If you want to connect to the website, I can give you the address and you can download the brochure from there. You can text it or you can WhatsApp it or yes. No problem. Alright. If you want, I'll give you the website now, you can check it. If not, well, like I say, email me. The website have the full brochures and you can download the different brochures. www.aaa-bsol, B as in boy, S as in son, O as in orange, L as in light.com. Arif at aaa-bsol.com. Yeah, aaa-bsol.com. Once you log in there, you'll see a section, you'll see a tab for trainings. Like for example, Excel secrets classes is not too well, right? The intermediate level ones. Alright? You can register for the brochure, I have all links in place. The registration on the first page.
presentation. So it's different tools, different types of age categories, like young teens coming to school. We want you to be able to, like, things that I mentioned, different types of people, different categories. Because my friend, she asked me, well, I was on the show, I never know, she saw me fly out. This is my color, fly, so we did that. Yeah, I'm using making a lot of money. It's $200. But when you get the one, but that's us, yeah. Wow, cool. And I said, this time there's a big use all the ones. Yeah, teach. But the people don't do it. That's how it goes. But it's not like right. So, let's see. See, I don't know, something like this. I don't know, before I did. Yeah. That's it. I don't know what's right. So, I don't know. It's an experience. And we said that. So I don't know why I don't know why it's just butter. Yes, I understand. She's not very old. And she also has with that. Right. She was always so now it's almost and you expect me to okay. Yeah, because I was realizing that she's kind of accepting. Oh, you know, I was. But at the same time, I was sitting there, I was still understanding that like us. I was still like, why? And then I'm like, children and so you'll be is your interest. Which is fine. I mean, really. Yeah. So my experience of really back in you know, back in the thing about things that she Yeah. So you all know it's also it's probably kind of what's cover. No, that's exactly how So much more than you. So why do you think you what makes you say that? I mean, obviously, yeah. Like, I see you have here. I see you from here. Where guys are here? It's kind of confusing. Because I feel like I should point. I don't know my stuff. You know, I want some play. Yes. I want some like, yes. No, this, I don't know this is good. And I just so I think one more time. Okay. I think like what? That's not exactly how you like it. I was like, okay, but you want to show it from yeah, I was alright. Yeah. Yeah, this is I'm literally, I have to go through stuff. And so we can I did that with the answer. Ask them these things for the step. It's not. You were first to people that so that I use this. And I almost give it. I can tell you, a particular floor in this store. So I don't tell you this and I just feel everything. And then I would put it in the excellent shape. Look, I mean, literally have to do literally, and it's when I was drawing. It's okay. And then I used it to ask, what would I have for the job? Like, give me an answer that. So that when they tell you, you can say, oh, no, I have to. So I have a job. I'm losing it. Well, I see you have a process in the mindset. You ask for things, and the other thing is, yeah, it's actually, you don't have that. You're in the good, especially in the good. So, and you have to go. You have to run yourself. And it's not, it's just, especially now with the speech, I was practice that. Right. Yes. You know, we talk about yourself. Oh, yes. It's not about the speech. I want to talk about myself. So you make that out to me. Say, what are you talking about? I have nothing to do. So let me tell you why I got my first job. I know, right? I know, right? That was my first interview. So, right? When I was in, I feel like we were so bored for talking. Yeah. So I when I'm representing one of my friends who yes. She said, it's okay. She never, she told me, it's not okay. I can figure it out. I'm still right there. Yes. I'm listening out. So one thing I like wanted to listen to, I know not to look. I tell them, yeah. This makes no sense. So that's what I'm going to do with all those things that they all have fear of. Yes. So yeah. I'm going to do this. I'll do this next time. I'm just going to do this. I like to teach you guys. Yeah. I said, yeah. I didn't need to have to. Yes, it's all right. 6 months. I don't know what it's about. It's what it is. 6 months after the struggle. So then I did some about apparently they are the new age from family covers. So they would fluently they are some reports. You know, as a secret. So yeah, so I so that they was like, I have no experience. So this is just to be more scared all of the so I took some reports on it, something that I'll be about is going to do. Yes. One of the things so I go back to you. I said, I'm going to do this. I was very fast. Because I mean, that's my job. Yeah. I thought I was pretty fast, right? I realized this was the next. And she said, she wasn't so. Just come up. She said, well, you first step is 6, and not all I 6 to 6. She watched. She watched me very much. And she was like, shoo. She stopped like 3 hours on my shoulder. So when they go, like, hey, what's going on? She said, oh, yeah, somebody's in the house. And you see, what did I just do? So then, after that, we realized this money and the last time. Yeah. And he's like, oh, that's shit, but once you get crazy, she wasn't shit. Yeah. Yes. So then I had to allow my hands up. It's all so. And then we follow it. Well, who are you to drive for? So that's exactly what so they were at, and I was sent next week. So we went to I have but when you say what the money that they collect from and I told these necessarily when I was just like reconciliation, but it's because I was outside of Brazil and we got it because it's over. Yeah, it's not like it's just something, but when everybody was like, how do you find us? That's money. What's up? How do you find it? We didn't think. You know, they can like, yeah, and they did it, but it just wasn't like, it was not sufficient. Yeah, so it is. So I find that, doing the report in this sense, we got an exit. It's like, that's what she runs. Right. Yeah. And I'm good. Yes. I will be on my house. Yes. So then I asked myself to put it on. I just said, so we got to do the proposal process. Documents. I'm going to be able to do so to optimize process, to optimize all the things. That we train to be able to optimize. So then, so it's not a training to realize. So I was then called out to start that. And also projects. So there's all the lessons. So that was specifically what's that message. So then I didn't know. Different team in one of the times. So anyways, so that's all. I whole process of cooking. And that's what we moved about. So even as an incident, they didn't really interview me. They said, how much sugar? And they're like, so what? They just pour out it. We have all this much. We have some questions about nothing. We need some responsibilities. That's it. Yeah, and this is because of that. Yes, that's it. It's Yes. Right. So I always get up all the time, you know, so I think it was grass. She would. Yes. 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 I feel like yes. So the metaphors now was temporary. So you see, was must be you see it, so you are, actually, so she can sign up for more. Now, it's what she was saying about. I don't think more than she's like, she's going to be, she's going to be, I tell you, you're right, I tell you, this one, try to get you for something. I love the best myself. I love it. I love it. I love yeah.
Okay, one start back. Okay, guys, you all there? Hello?
Yes, I am.
All right, okay.
I'm back as well.
All right, nice. So I think just one or two people to return. Any questions based on what we did before lunch?
Arif, quick question.
Yeah.
If we're combining, let's say like what you said in terms of budgets, where you're getting reports from different departments and combining it into one, is the same merge concept?
Nah, you can't use no. You had to do a different thing. Merge will add additional columns. What you want to do is slap the data together. So you basically, in your case, you're joining rows, all right, and then doing the cleansing routines to remove headers and whatever else in between. Yeah, so different approach. We ain't reached there yet, right? But we will reach there before the end of today. Well, in a little while, actually.
I had the same question, Ari.
Yeah.
Trisha had in terms of if you have different cost centers, but you want to make like a summary sheet.
Yeah, master table. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So usually you would do something called a pen routine, not a merge routine. Right. So with budgets, with especially you're looking at OPEX or cost centers or whatever, you're looking at appending the data together, slapping them into one master table. So that isn't in adding columns there. You're basically stacking the rows on top of each other with a column to differentiate with the cost center name or the department name or whatever. You'll see that in a while. So what I wanted to show you all was how we could actually create the report but not having the data in the sheet. So that was the second approach we wanted to look at. So if you're in the file, what you want to do is just go to the data menu. Go to the data menu and you will see there's a button there in the queries and connections tab, which is second set of tabs here, called queries and connections. If you click that, it would show it up. Like I wasn't seeing mine and I had exit off. Yours might be up. So if you click it back, it would close or it would open back. All right. Click back here, it would open back. So what I want to do is I'm going to delete this report we did here. And we have the data here. I'm going to remove the data, but I'm going to store the data as a connection. So I'm going to change the load basis for this data. So to do that, I'm going to right click on console and we're going to say load to, guys. And we want to load it only as a connection. Right now it's set for as a table back in the file. So tick this one. Click OK. Right, so it's going to give you a warning that the data will no longer be connected to a table in the workbook. Right, by loading it as a connection, the table will be deleted. So just click OK. So we no longer have the data in the file, but the data is there in cache memory. So suppose we wanted to directly generate the pivot table report from this thing, from console. You would right click on console and say load to, and you could bring the data back as a pivot table report now. You all there? And click OK. So you have your pivot table data. I'm just going to show the field list here. This is the field list. Now I set up my field list a little bit differently from how you all have it. Like I usually have my stuff to drag from the right. The benefit of doing this is that you would see a fuller list on the left and you normally just drag across to the right. If you want to change your view for the pivot table field list to what I have, you would have to go to settings, right? So in intermediate Excel, you would know how to do this. Just go to the settings button here and you would see the second one says fields and section area side by side. So I usually go with a side by side view. If you work with pivot tables, you will know why. It's easier to drag across this way. The other thing I do different is I make sure that the sort order here is alphabetic. So if you click back on the settings menu, you would see my default sort set to A to Z. You all there? So that'll make it easier for you to find stuff in your list. You also have a convenient search box to find stuff here. But anyway, so we building back the same pivot table report. The value is sales, right? We wanted to break down the sales by year. So we'll have to go to the order date, I think is what we used, right? It did the grouping here. What I would do is change the grouping though to only group it up to year here. So if I, or we could keep it, I guess you could keep it. Untick quarters, untick order date. From the list, untick months. We're only interested in getting the data broken down by years based on the order date. So you want to put that in columns by default. Well, it went into rows, put it in columns. And then we wanted to break down the data by segment. And we wanted to break it down by product category. All right. So, and that would be the same report here. And you could alt an F1 to get your pivot table report. Number formatting, you want to go to number, global formatting, right? From intermediate Excel and click OK. So at the intermediate level, you should know how to do this already. All right, so that's how we do the report without having the data set loaded. And that would make it a little bit less confusing. If though you needed to regenerate the data set in the file, right, you could probably double click on the grand total. Let me see that would that work way. It pulling it from cache memory. So I want to pull the first 1,000 rows. It actually pulling the full data set here. All right, so you should be good to go here. If you wanted to get back the data, you could pull it out of cache memory by double clicking on the grand total figure and remembering not to have any filters on your pivot. This is your data set here if you wanted to regenerate it. Remember, pivot tables doesn't work with the data from the file. It works with the data from cache memory. So if you delete all the data from the file, the data is still there, but it in cache memory, you could draw it back down. So this is your summary report, and you see no data in the sheet. So close this down, guys. Any questions?
I have one.
Yeah, sure.
So what we just created, if we go to the sample Superstore Excel worksheet and we include additional data there, or maybe any product details or region, it will automatically.
Nah, it wouldn't automatically. No, you would have to hit. What I was telling you all is to hit refresh all. You could press Alt and F5, or you could go in Excel and hit refresh all, and it which is the default now, and it would upload into your reports. Yeah.
So it will once you refresh all.
Refresh all, yes, correct. And that is the default now in Excel. Before it used to be just refreshing. Yeah.
Yeah, because when I use pivot tables and I add anything to the actual table that I created the pivot from, and I refresh all, it'll usually come up with a pivot table. So I'm used to using refresh.
So it do usually come up, you say?
No, like if I right click and refresh all, like if I edit the table, refresh all on the pivot, it will include the additional data.
Correct. Well, same principle, yeah. You're correct. Now, I heard there are some, from experience, I'm just thinking about if it have any glitches, whether there would be a scenario where you would need to refresh in Power Query and then do a refresh on the pivot table. I've heard about some scenarios where you may have like glitches like that. I've seen people write about it. Right? So if that is the case, then you might need to refresh in two places. But I haven't really seen it and testing it, it would work. So all right. But check it out when you working with your data, you can check it out. So the next thing we want to look at is let me see. You all know what fuzzy logic matching is? Yeah, correct. So the lookup field is not exactly the same in the two tables. So you might have like a slight variation in the characters. Right? So an example of that might be, let me see if I give you all a practical example. So if you're doing, well, this one is audit related, but like let's say you were doing like a fraud check. You wanted to see if the employee's address existed in the vendor database, right? The employee's address, if that address is in the vendor database. What's the fraud check you're doing there though? The employee could be supplying services to the company under a different name, but business is registered as the address. You all there? What could happen there though is that in entering the data, the employee's address in the employee database, let's say they spell street ST, and then in the vendor database, they spell it STREET. You all there? Then using VLOOKUP and thing, you're not going to get a match. Using a merge query, you're not going to get a match by default. So that would be like a scenario where you want to find a match and you want the match to work based on a similarity threshold of the characters um, in the employee list as opposed to the characters in the vendor list. You all there? Maybe you want a 80% match based on similarity of characters. You all there? 80% similarity. So I'm saying is Power Query have the ability to do that. Right? They call it fuzzy logic matching. This is not a new idea. I've been doing this since like 2012 or maybe a little bit before in Excel. So this is a whole idea that was there that they implemented in Power Query. All right. So let's see how we do that. Is a little extension of what we did already. So let me see. I want you all to go to Power Query and I'll show you another example here where we actually going to find a match in terms of we have some shares and we want to reprice the shares, right? So maybe every other month, maybe you have shares in about 10 companies and you want to get the current value of the shares. You would download like a listing of the prices from the stock exchange, whatever the stock exchange is, and then combine that with your stock value using the stock code or the stock name. All right. But let's say your stock names don't exactly match the exchange names. You all there? How do you have it adjusted to find a match? So I just want to show you all how to do that. That is a scenario here. You could also use this like for data cleanup work and thing, fuzzy logic matching. Other companies have bad data. I mean, I don't want to say, but other companies have bad data. I'll leave it like that. And I've worked in plenty industries. So you see it whether you go into banks, whether you go into like public sector organizations. I'm familiar with like healthcare examples. If you go into manufacturing companies, you see. So everybody have issues sometimes with data cleansing, all right? And maybe getting the records updated and stuff. So let me see how this will work. You could use it there. So open up the file. Fuzzy logic matches the folder. The file is called portfolio example. Open up that file, guys. All right. So what we have here is a list of shares. Let's say you own shares in these companies here, blue chips shares, right? Stocks. So you have Amazon, Motorola, ATT Corp, Berkshire Hathaway. Now some of your spelling's kind of off, all right? And let's say you download normally, so you have these quantities of shares, and normally you download a list like from some stock exchange. So in this case, this is the SP 500 list of shares, the top 500 shares in the US. Right? We have a download here, and we wanted to take the price from here and automatically multiply it by here and give us a share valuation and generate a chart with the share value. The question is how you're going to do that because you have the name here. Like if we look for Amazon.com Inc. stock, if we look in this list, it ain't spelled like that. It did not spell like that. All right. In some bad English. Yeah. Let me see if you all seen Amazon, how they spell Amazon. Let me see.
Row 31.
Row 31. I was not going to search it. Right, thanks. So they have it as Amazon.com Inc. Would a VLOOKUP or will a merge query find a match? This is how it's spelled here. The answer is definitely no, because it's not an exact matching thing. All right. When you have scenarios like these, then you could use a fuzzy logic match. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna search for the names here and see if we find a match. And if so, it will bring in the price here. And then it will give us the valuation. And then we want a chart generated automatically, right? Maybe a pie chart or a donut chart. Although the experts say pie is only good for eating, right? So they have different things that we could do, but we'll see. So if you're in one cell of the data is already a table. Do you all want the report created in the same sheet? Or you want it in another workbook? Up to you all. But
What is the most efficient way to do it?
yep.
Yes.
You want me to tell you the truth? Yeah, I usually leave my data untouched and build my reports elsewhere. Right? But sometimes, no, it depends. It really depends. Sometimes for audit trail purposes, they may want to see if whoever reviewing, they might want to see the data now. So I mean, we could generate it here too. It really depends on what you're doing. Like, so sometimes I give the clients the choice. So which one you want? You had to tell me because I could do it either way. So sometimes you might want to see, well, where the portfolio is, where the list is, and you might want the report generated somewhere else in the file, right? So we will do that.
So when it's built, Arif, it's not. There's no link
Nah,
to
nah, nah,
the
nah, nah.
data.
Well, it have a link, yeah, where is what they call a connection. So like recently I was in a company and like we automating all their subledgers. They were doing everything in Excel for years, but the company is too big to be doing that. They should really invest in a big core business system. So they called me in to look at what they were doing. And what I ended up doing was connecting to all the data sources using Power Query and actually building the subledgers automatically on the fly. But the data lies in different files. And Power Query just pulling a connection from the source and then building the subledger, right? So you could do really, really funky things with it. And what they were doing was manually doing VLOOKUP links to external sources to pull the data together. So that's real external formulas you're looking at now. Whereas my approach, everything would be self-contained in one file. You could actually, even if they wanted to see the data in the file, you could pull in the data as a connection. Like I showed you all before with the pivot table we did, we had the data in the file. I'm saying I could have just pulled in that data as a connection and then do the links, the formulas internal like XLOOKUP or whatever they needed. Or I didn't even need to do that. You could actually use Power Query again to build out the subledgers. Sometimes I really wonder because if I build things too automated, the problem is only I would know how to change the scripts. So like and I don't want anybody to be dependent on me alone, and they wouldn't want that either, right? Because you had to come back to me to pay money for me to come and do that. So I think with them, what we ended up doing was a hybrid. So I built it in a way that they had connections and they could use XLOOKUP formulas. So it didn't have like total automation. Although I could have done it. If they had to change anything, they had to come back to me. And that is what, you don't want to be doing that to people. So it had plenty, what I'm trying to say is it had plenty ways you could build stuff. But what is best is what you need to figure out. So we will build a separate sheet here. So once we in the data here for the portfolio with the quantity of shares we hold, we could go to the data menu, and as you all know, we could click what? What would you all click? Which button, guys? Come on. Make a wild guess. Natisha, what button you think you would click to load this as a query in Power Query? Feel like putting pressure on all this. Shauna. Which one?
The get data.
Nah. This button
Query
here.
and connection.
Well, you're going in the get data, yes, section. But there's a button here which says from table / range. So once you connect in the data and you're in the file, you always go from table / range. You all there? You all need to get this very, very clear. If you're in the file, you go in here. If it's an external file, you go where? Get data from file from Excel workbook. You all there? That is something you all need to be very clear on. All right. So over here, we want to go this button here from table / range. So it's going to bring in that automatically as a query in Power Query. And while you're in Power Query, you could go to we could probably close and load too. And we could load this as a connection because this will be our base for us. Close and load too. And probably load it as a connection. Only create a connection. So that's how we load this one. And we back in the file and we could go to SP500 and do the same thing. From table / range, that would bring it in, guys. And now we have the two queries here. You all there? Any questions? Let me know anything you're unsure about. No, I wish I knew what I telling you all, right? Back in the days when I started learning, because at that time it didn't have anybody who was using these tools. It was like IT people, and most of them, when you look at what they're doing, they were scripting. They were writing the M code in the background. They wasn't using the interface. So I had to kind of make plenty mistakes and learn the tool. To pull in that one, did you close and load the portfolio as a query as a connection? Well, the portfolio here, if you had created the portfolio, when you created portfolio first, you were supposed to go here and say close and load to and put it as a connection. That was the first step. It have an option to only create a connection. Yeah. Right. Where are you? Wait, no, I'm going back though. All right. All right. No problem. So I'm going to do back boot again. Just delete these queries. All right. So I'm back to a situation where I don't have any queries here. You all there? What I'm saying to you all, go to from table / range on your first query, whatever that may be. Well, I was on the wrong sheet. Right? First query was portfolio. Go in any cell, and I told you all from table / range. If we click that, it will load the data. And then I told you all, once the data loaded, you go close and load too, and load it as a what? Connection. Right? So say that one loaded as a connection, and you will see it here. Then you need to load the SP500. So obviously you go to SP500 and load it as a connection. Well, you just need to go to from table / range, and that would load it here. So that's all we did. We in Power Query. Let me know if you all reach here. Now, guys, you all gonna have to practice with this. You're gonna forget everything I say after today and tomorrow, and you're only going to remember what you actually use, what you actually practice. And honestly, I learned a lot with in the earlys on with Power Query, with doing a lot of projects for companies, right? So in your own organization, try to take on some little projects to do. Are you all here, guys? Let me hear. All right. Natisha, you there? Anna here in here, so I had to ask. I'm not sure if she there, but see what. So if you have these two loaded here, we want to be able to mesh the data from here with here, right? Meaning we need to get a new query, a merge query with the information from here, plus we want a column from here with the price. And I would also take up the company name. The reason why I would take the company name from the SP500 data is because I want to compare it to see how different it is from this company name here when we do the fuzzy logic match. So what I would do, now the other thing is I could build the query actually. I showed you all how to build a new query, but I could actually build the query within portfolio here. I didn't have to go merge queries. I could have built it from right here, right? If I so desired, and return it as a separate sheet. So I'm going to do that. So this is the portfolio. I'll call it portfolio valuation report. All right, report. So what we want to do is bring in the price in here. So what kind of query that will be? That will be a merge query. Let me know if you all here. Click on merge queries. So on portfolio valuation report, clicking on merge queries. What we want to merge in here, guys? Data from the SP500 data table. All right, so select that. What would be the common field? Select your company. I don't have to tell you all this. How many matches did it find? None. Nothing much, guys. Nothing much. Not one thing. I'll look right. Huh? Not yet. I want to show you how to come back in and use it. So nothing much. Just click OK. And this is what you will get. You will get a table. Let's expand this out. You will see SP500 underscore data with the double-headed arrow. Click on that, guys. Click on the double-headed arrow. We're going to unselect everything. So next to select all, untick that. And what we're interested in getting is the company name from that SP500 list. And we want to get the what? The price. We're going to keep the column name prefix of SP500 data, you all there? Why is because we could tell that SP500 data name different from the company name, you all there? So click OK. So it basically returned nothing because it couldn't find a match. You all with me? No, what I usually do is I different, so I don't think like most people. I think what really helped me early in my career was that audit background. So what I would have done, I think what helped me early in my career was the audit background. So that gave me like an audit. By the time I left, and it was about 3.5 years, I'd worked with about 50 different companies. So you get to see a lot now what people do with it and systems and processes. So that'd be very, very helpful. If any of you all younger ones coming up, I would advise you all get some kind of audit exposure. Or in your own company, actually, you could get that. Or if you're in a big group, you could get that too, yeah. So what I would do, I would step back 2 steps. I would go to this step and put in something called an index number. And you'll see why. So go to change type step. Click on that step in applied step. We insert in a step here called an index number. And the index number would basically kind of highlight. You see like how you have 1 to 9 here? If when we do the fuzzy logic match, we have multiple matches from the SP500 list, multiple close names that match, the index number would be duplicated. You all there? So make it easier to identify how many like duplicates you have in your listener, something like that. That's how I would do it. So over here, if you're on change type here, you could go to the add columns menu and you want to go to index column. Now Power Query would start counting from 0, right? We wanted to start counting from 1. So click on the drop arrow next to the index column, guys. Click on this drop arrow here. And you will see here from 1, from 1. So we insert in our step, click insert. And you could probably just move the column back, right? You could just drag and move it back to before company. Click insert step, insert. See if you all do that. So this is your index number here. You could go back to your last step here. All right. But really, what we want to do is rerun the merge query using a what? A fuzzy logic match. You all there? So what we'll do is we'll go back to the gear wheel next to merge queries. Click on the gear wheel next to merge queries. And I found myself in trouble. I should have been doing it from my primary screen and not my secondary screen. When you click on the merge query, there's a button to tick below which says fuzzy logic match. What it says? Tick that button to use the fuzzy logic match. Click OK. And what to do is go to the last step. Go to the last step, which is expanded SP500 data. My thing freeze here because on a dual screen. I should have been working off my primary screen. Go to the last step, which says expanded SP500 data. How many matches were found? Should be about 4. Come in. So let me call up my file back again to load back my exam. That's not why I'm doing it back, so probably follow with me. All right, so I had to load back the data here. Data, we want to get the data from our table, and we said right, close and load 2. We want to load it as a what? As a connection. Go to the SP500 list, add back a table again with that too. We have 2 queries here, right? We want the valuation report to be based on the portfolio. How we do it? We do have as merge queries as new ones, or we merge it in the existing. So this would be portfolio valuation, I think we call it, right? And then what we said was we need to merge the query in the existing. The existing would be SP500 data. The common field is company, guys, right? And we said we're going to use a fuzzy logic match. But before I do that, I made you all like click OK. And then I said here what? We need to add an index column starting from 1. Normally we add that column. We normally add the column somewhere here by the change type step. Right? So if I go here, insert column from 1, it would put that in, and then I would have dragged this back to here and insert this step. In the merge query step, I told you all to click on the double-headed arrow, and we're only interested in picking up the company and the price, and we leave in the original column name as prefix. If you click OK, this is what the output should be, and you realize that nothing coming across correct here. So we went back to the We went back to the, I want to make the same mistake I made again. We go back to the merge queries step. I still can't do it here. And you would basically tick the option to allow it to do fuzzy logic matching, right? And you would click OK, it would find 4 matches when you go down to this last step here. Let me know if you're able to do that. So I think one person have a problem. Actually, you don't have fuzzy logic matching in this version X. That version happens to be this thing updated. Alright, so you can watch it all from. So depending on the version I accelerate, like the update happens plan. The update for this happened either last year or the year before. Maybe this version was updated. Or I can update the web for this. So that way. Right. So yeah, take examples from the kind of web query. Okay. Okay. But slow down now, you can check back.
Yeah, I did. I was going to it's okay. Yeah.
All right, let me know where you all reach. I had a disconnect from a projector here to do that. Andrea, what you got? You got the 4, right? But that is not really good. We only gain 4 matches. What you want to get is all 9. We're in Trisha, what you got?
I got the same thing.
And Shona.
4 as well.
All right, Natisha. Not sure if she there. How many matches you got? Okay, no problem, no problem. Yeah. All right, no worries. All right, so guys, what we want to do, if you all reach there, you only have 4. I want you all to go back into, right now my screen lock is, I just can't do it. Right, but if you all go back into merge queries where the gear wheel is, click on the gear wheel. Click on the gear wheel. Now, what happens is with fuzzy logic matching, there is a little box below which talks about the similarity thresholds. If you all seen a box, there's a menu below. Right, they have one called the similarity threshold. Is that it? Now, if you hover on the icon next to it, you would see the eye icon, the information icon. The default for fuzzy logic match is to do a 80% match based on characters. You all see that? By default, Power Query will do a 80% match based on characters. So what we want to do is drop the similarity threshold to 0.6. So you could type 0.6 in that box and hit enter. You all there? And then what you want to do is go down to the expanded SP500 data step. Once you click OK, go down to the expanded SP500 data. So how many matches, how many duplicates you all see in there? Anybody? Yeah, you all should see three sets of duplicates. You all there? So basically, I telling you all what it is, right? But you would find like Coca-Cola duplicated. It have right Motorola and have ITT Corp. Which should be ATT Corp. So it finding. So what we normally do is we filter out the companies in that SP 500 data company column, which we don't want. You all there? Filter it out. So you could go in your SP 500 double-headed arrow, open out the two columns, all right, and then filter out the companies we don't want. Once you all would have done that, you want to filter out the companies you don't want. You all there? If you're on the expanded SP 500 data step, you will see everything in full. Go to that step, and I'm saying filter out the SP 500 companies you don't want in the list. So the three of them you don't want would be maybe Coca-Cola Enterprises, ITT Corp, and then maybe Motorola Mobility, something like that. You all know how to filter, right? A little shame now. So that would allow you to take out the items you don't want from the list. So your list should come down back to 9. So you all should have what you all could do if you have 9 items now. You want to remain with only 4 columns. The index number. Yeah, go ahead. Anyone, you could take out anyone. I telling you all Motorola Mobility take out, but anyone. You don't want any duplication. It cut off itself? Oh, okay. What you all want to do is to price the portfolio. You all there? So what to do is highlight the shares column and highlight the price column. Click on the shares header, click on the price header, and then right click on one of the headers, and there's an option for product. Yeah? Click on that option and I'll do a multiplication. And then rename the header valuation. I'm telling you all what to do from memory. You all getting that, guys? All right, where you reach?
I had just filtered out Motorola.
You filter out the three duplicates. So right. So what I'm saying to you now is that you have a price column and you have a quantity column for the 9 shares you want to value, correct? Without duplicates. So select the 2 columns, the headers. Right click on one of the headers, either the price or the quantity, and you're going to say product.
Right click and select product.
Yeah. Yeah, getting that or no, Shauna?
Not seeing product.
Which columns you selecting though?
SP 500 data company and SP.
Nah, not the company, the price. You want to multiply the price by the quantity.
But you said to select the 2 columns.
You're selecting the,
Two columns.
click on the header for the 2 columns and I would select both columns. Price and quantity column, right? Your quantity would be the amount of shares that they hold in. Which column is that?
Right. Okay, got it. Yeah.
Right? That is the number of shares. Right? So once you select those 2 numeric columns, you should be able to right click on one of them and choose product. And you'll get a new column called multiplication. And then you would rename that share valuation. So you could highlight the index column, the SP 500 company name column, right? And even the price column, if you wanted to, you could highlight it and remove them. you wanted to leave the price, you could have left the price, but the data you return into, it's up to you. The data you return into to Excel would be those columns, those remaining columns. Should be the company name, right? The share quantity, the share valuation, right? And then you could generate a chart from that. So if the data updates for either the portfolio holdings or for the SP500 list, what will happen? When you hit refresh, the updated data would be used in the valuation. That's basically how it would work.
Arif, you said they are removing the price.
Ah,
They are removing the price.
yeah, you could remove the price too because you don't really need it for the like to generate the share valuation chart now. So yeah, you don't need it. If you wanted to keep it, you could keep it, but I just telling you what usually I would just bring across the valuation. For audit trail purposes, you might leave it. Maybe your boss want to see what the new price is, what the current price is, what the current quantity is. If they're just interested in the valuation, well, they could put that in. You'll get a chart with that. Let's see if I seen anything I could yeah, I had crashed my Excel. All right, so I'm going to go over this one time because this one seemed to be like a little troublesome example, right, for most. And then, let me see if I could call it up back from what I had. File will be the same. So we went here first. We went and we said we want to get the data. Should I? Well, I had to do something different. I want to get the data from the table here. So data menu, we want to get the data from our table / range. We in Power Query here, right? We're going to say close and load to. We're going to load it as a connection, right? Next step is to load SP500 as a connection, right? We have it here. And then we want to just rename this portfolio valuation. Right, and we want to be able to combine the data with SP500. So that would be a merge query we're doing. What we want to merge is the SP500 data. The common field is here. We're doing I just fast tracking the steps. We're using fuzzy logic matching, right? And in terms of the fuzzy logic matching options, the similarity threshold, we had dropped it to what, 0.6, right? So I'm going to hit enter here. So over here, what I told you all to do was to take the company name and to take the price, which I'm now seeing. Before I wasn't seeing that, right? So like I said, I on a dual screen, so it's a little bit finicky. So once we have this here, well, I told you all about the index number and thing that should have been built in somewhere here. At this stage, we could have added a column, call it an index column from 1, insert that step, and we could have moved this back here. So that is a step insertion in terms of the steps. All right, then we went to the last step in the query. And we could see here clearly we have some duplicates because there's 9 shares, but now we have 12, which means we have 3 duplicates, right? And we could see the duplicates here. What I said was go here and filter out the duplicates. So Coca-Cola Enterprises was one, ITT Corp, and then I think Motorola Mobility was the one I told you to take out. So if you click OK, this is what we have. Going forward, we don't need this. neither do we need this. So we could select these two, right click and say remove columns. So the columns you need would be the company, the shares, the price. So the shares by the price, if you select these two columns and right click, there's an option to multiply, right? So that would be product. And this here, we will call it what? We're going to call this valuation, right? So this would be a valuation here. So basically what you're going to return is this here, or I would have even taken out the columns. You could leave your holdings. Maybe you could leave the price. So this is price, right? I kind of compulsive obsessive about being correct. So this should be the current price, right? And this is what we want to return back into Excel. So we go to home. We're going to go close and load, right? Close and load. So now the way how I do it here, it return back everything here. Really, this is not what we should have done. But if that did happen by mistake, this is what you do. If you want to exclude the sheet out because you already have it here, no need to return it again. You could just right click on the query here and say load to and change it to what? A connection. You all there? So if you do that, it will erase the data from the sheet, but everything else will work. So just deleting the sheet. We only need this sheet and that sheet. So portfolio valuation, we wanted this loaded as a what? A new report, right? So right click on it, load to. We could bring it back as a what? As a table or whatever, right? Well, mistake I make here. It should be on a new worksheet. All right, so this is your data here. To create the chart, all you would have to do is just select the columns here. So it'll be this column and we're using this data from this column here. All right, this we should really fix this. So this should be on the home menu. Reduce the decimal places here. Yeah. To create the chart, you would just select the column here for company and select the column for valuation and press Alt and F1. Alt and F1 will create by default a clustered column chart. You could right click anywhere on the chart area and say change chart type. You could probably produce a donut chart here from that, right? And then you would right click and add your data labels on the chart, right? You could format your data labels and round them up. Change your number format here to what you prefer, right? So we have the value. You probably want to see percentage as well. I'd probably divide the numbers by 1,000 in Power Query and state that the valuation in thousands or something like that. The number is too big here on the chart, right? You could change this if this chart wasn't appropriate. You could probably change the design to something else. So you go change chart type. If you wanted a ranking chart, you could probably use like a funnel chart or a waterfall chart. Let me see. That'll look too good. The funnel will rank it from highest to lowest. We're not ranked here, so we need to rank it here. Sort from largest to smallest, right? Or you could use one of the other charts and you could add your data labels. You could use a bar chart for that matter that would rank it. So don't try to use too much of the complicated charts. As simple clustered bar chart would probably give you the same result. You would probably just need to rank it from highest to lowest at the top. You would need to right click, just do the sort from smallest to largest, and I would put the largest to the top, take off the grid lines. When you have long labels, they recommend you use a bar chart as opposed to a column chart, so it will render better that way. All right. These you could round down in thousands. If you go format axis, you could probably change the display axis units to thousands or even millions rather would be probably preferential. All right. They have like rules and things for data visualization. Normally they would say too much white space here. You'd have to right click on the outside and change the fill color to a mild like contrasting color, and change the inside plot area color to like a white. So that'll put the focus of the attention on the inside as opposed to the outside. And they have other techniques. Normally you would put a header at the top which says what the chart actually showing. So like it might be Amazon and Microsoft 80% of portfolio, whatever it is the key takeaway. You normally put that at the top if you're into financial analysis. All right, guys. So that's basically what we're dealing with here. Any questions? All okay? I spent a little too much time on this, but that is it, right? So close this down. We want to look at how to do another type of merge, not merge, but append data together, which we talk about. So go back into Power Query, and we want to look at merging multiple sheets. All right, merging multiple sheets. So just go to that folder, merge multiple sheets. And we're interested in this one here, which is the Superstore data, one region per sheet file. Open up that file, guys. Yeah.
Could you just repeat that again? Power Query.
Yeah, the folder is merge multiple sheets. Yeah. Superstore data, one region per sheet. So the scenario here is we have the data on multiple sheets here. So there's a large company, they have a number of stores. It could have been 70 different sheets. So what this is we want to basically get a data merge so that we have all the data in one master table in Power Query from the different sheets. You all understand what I'm saying? And then we could build reports from it. The premise is that the column structure must be the same. In other words, the column headers must be the same for each of the sheets. You all with me? Tomorrow we'll do a report consolidation technique. Today we're doing more like data consolidation, I think. So the front. So close this file down. Open up a blank Excel file, guys. Open up a blank Excel file. And what we want to do is go to the data menu. We want to get the data from a file from my Excel workbook. And you're going to point to that Superstore file. This is the Superstore file here, guys. Superstore data, one region per sheet. Yeah. Y'all with me there? Anybody not clear where they are? Let me know when we could move on. I'm waiting for you, all right? Do a quick check here. Um, Andrea there?
Yeah, yeah.
Miss Malino, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, good, good. Shauna.
Yes.
All right. So I assuming everybody okay. You know, I like to hear you all a little bit sometimes. So bear with me. So click import, guys. Click import. So what it exposing here now is the 4 sheets in the file. You all there? So once you connect to that source and we want to pull in the sheets, we'll have to use select multiple items. Tick that option. And now you're going to be afforded the opportunity to select which sheets you want to merge together. You all there? Well, in this case, they call it append. All right. So you want to click on Central Superstore here. Watch where I am. I didn't tell you go here. I said this highlight here. So that highlighted. Hold down your shift key and click on the last query, which last file, last sheet, which is West. So that's the shortcut to basically select all now. Is basically a click and then shift and then click to select all. Yeah, no problem. So what you do is you select Central first, like so. Hold long shift and then click on the last record, left click. So what that should do, it should select all 4 for you. And click on the last one. Yeah. Your version will. So they didn't probably build it in that time. They had some glitches with they had some glitches with Power Query early on. Actually, that computer you're using, they actually test CityPort would test. Here used to be a CityPort center, but then since my building get taken over, I kind of discontinued that. People still calling to write the exam, but I don't want to do that again. Too much headache for me. I have plenty things running, and it's be like a piece, you know. So yeah, go ahead.
I just spoke to my IT person. He said, and I really not seeing the screen. You need to share the screen full. I'm not seeing it full screen.
Share the screen full. That's not one.
I don't know if everybody else seeing it full screen, but I am not seeing it.
On your side, you click on the full screen button. Let me see. How you all seeing, guys? You all able to see the screen?
Okay, cool.
Right? This I now sharing the screen back with you all. When I'm talking, sometimes I flip back. Right? So I have it my screen on duplicate because I have some people in class too. So I have it projecting on another screen. Right. So you following with us still, right, Natisha? Or you just watching or?
Yeah, I'm just watching along here.
All right. Okay. No worries. So once you select the 4 here, just click transform data. You might manually, you could do it there, but you gotta manually had a tick. In your case, you gotta manually tick Josanne. Your laptop though might be able to do it. Nah, you gotta select each one. Now, what you would see here listed is like the 4 queries here, and we don't really need to do anything with this. I mean, the 4 of them, they're clean and stuff. What we need to do is to merge, well, stack all these on top of each other into one master query. So the approach we're using here is I may not want to join all these 3 here within Central. You all agree? I want to, just like how we merge queries as new, we could do what? Append queries as new. All right. So you could think about merging queries as adding additional columns to your data. You could think of what we're going to do next, which is appending queries as adding more rows to your data. You all there? In this case, you're going to add the 4 sets of rows here together: Central, East, South, and West. My simple thinking, that's how I think about it. All right. So we would go to append queries, the drop arrow here, and we say append queries as what? As new. So this will give us a new console master query here. Right? How many tables? There will be 3 or more. Josanne, tell me when you went the front there. You have 3 or more as an option. All right, good. We need to pick up. So just note that you already have central to the right. So what we need to pick up is east to west, right? So click on east, shift click on west, and click add. All right, so you have central, east, south, and west. You all there? So click OK. So basically what this do, right? The other 4 queries had were per location, you all there? This query, if we go in the append one query, there should be a field to identify the region. And if you click on the drop arrow there, you would realize you have data. Well, you had to load more. If you click the drop arrow by region, you'll have to load more, and you will see that it have data from central, south, west, and it also picking up like a null. Let me see, where's that central, southwest. You all see a problem here? Huh?
I didn't get any null.
I get that right. Well, why seen for east in my case, it didn't pick up the header correctly. You'll see the header in my case is on row 1. So what I would have had to do here is do it. Use first row as headers. You all there? And then all the headers should be good. And then if I go back to append 1, let me go back to region. My region should be fine. Right now I seen central, east, south, and west. So for whatever reason, mine was off slightly. The nice thing with this is that you're able to pick it up and you're able to deal with it now. All right. So now that we have append 1 here, we could actually close and load. I would close and load to as a pivot table report in the file. And then I could build my report here. No, I mean, some of you all have like accounting background, I think, right? Some may not, but usually like if you're heavy into building spreadsheets, they have a principle in building them, right? The principle is you break out your inputs from your calculations, from your outputs, right? So, I mean, whoever building spreadsheets. So Power Query would help you to do that. So with Power Query, usually I would have data capture sheets. So let everybody enter the data in these sheets or from whatever sources. I would use Power Query to connect to them, build all the calculations, do the transformations, and then we would so that in the background and then output back into the sheet the what? The reports. You all there? So we break up the input from the calculation from the reporting. And the benefit of that is 1 is audit trail. 2 is it preserving the source data because that's somewhere else you're not messing with it. And 3 is it kind of simplify the reporting. All right. So what I'm saying to you is like a spread, they call it like a spreadsheet modeling principle. right? Or people who build like financial models and stuff, they would adhere to that too. Just saying. So you would see me sometimes building the reports like these. But again, I would be guided by the client. I would give them what the pros, what the cons are, and then they would say what they want. All right. So in this case, we might want to build a similar report. We have a lot of data here. Maybe we want to build a report on profit this time. So take in profit. We want to look at the ship date this time, right? And we want to group that data. It actually went into columns, unexpected, but see what? Right, we want to group it by ship date, and then we want to so drag out the fields so we get the ship year really, and then we want to break down the data by region. Let's see seeing some type of relationship issue here. You all getting a relationship issue? And see, where is it seen by? Oh, see the problem here. For whatever reason, let me just go back into data. Let me just check back my model. It loaded the data for all these here. I should have really loaded them as what? Connections, you all there? So maybe I didn't do the right thing. I'm gonna load to load as only create a connection for this. Um, oh, data went to the data model. I just need to untick this. I'm not watching why it's showing loaded, but I don't know if I tick this my mistake. We should only have ticked here, only create connection, not to the data model. When we get to Power Pivots tomorrow, we'll get to that. So click OK. Same thing with East is probably what I did wrong. You all probably have it correct. All right. Only create a connection. South load to. When you have big data to deal with, sometimes like you cannot return the data back in the Excel because it's too much data. We normally load it somewhere called the data model, and Power Pivot would allow you to manipulate the data from there. All right, so I don't think you all did this, only I probably did this. Only create a connection, click OK. All right, so I'm going to right click. Now that I have everything as connection, I'm going to right click on a pen one and I'm going to say load to. And I want to load it as a what? Pivot table report. Click OK. And we're going to build the pivot table report. So what we said the report would be by what? On sales data. We wanted to break it down by region. And we needed the date first though. So we said we was using the ship date. Right, that'll be here. And we were interested in only the year. So we could drag out quarters, drag out months, drag out date. Years should go into columns to give you a columnar breakout of the data. And then we wanted the data by region. And then we wanted to break it out by some other category, maybe segment. So this is a report that you get here. Right, so you all should be able to create that from it, automatically, and you could clearly see it have the data from all the queries in it. So that's how we do and append query, and then we bring it back the report when we create it into Excel. If we right click here, number format number, separator, click OK. That'll be a report here. No, I don't like if you're working with me, I don't like blank something in my reports, right? I'm old school. Is that it have a number or it have a dash, right? So usually to do that, to automatically fix that at the intermediate level with pivot tables, you could just right click. You could go to number format. You had to use the accounting number format to get a perfectly lined up dash. Change the symbol to none, right? And then you would need to right click on any number, go to pivot table options, and change the for empty cell show. You want to put a 0. Should do it. So that would give you a perfectly lined up dashes here instead of blanks. You all there? So any questions on this one or anything I needed to go over? Yeah, tell me. Right. You need a very specific number format, which is accounting. And the other part is you go to right click anywhere in the pivot table, you go pivot table options. In this menu here, the default layout and format menu, for empty cell show, you put 0. Yeah. Any questions, guys?
No questions.
All right. Okay. Anybody else? Going once, going twice. All right. So we're going to close this down. And let me see. Oh, I have to show you all grouping data. And then we'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back. Wow, 15-minute break. Then we had to look at merging multiple files. And then after that, multi-row header problems and stuff. And that's it. And then we look at for pivots. Well, we could look at that in the morning if you're all tired by that time. We'll see. Go to the grouping folder. Another type of common routine is sometimes, I think I mentioned when I was doing the presentation, was that you could use Power Query to group data. You could answer questions which really would have been more difficult to answer in Excel. You could create what we call hybrid reports with multi-level grouping and multi-level grouping and detail items mixed into one report. So like if you look at the data here, we have data by date, by channel, by sales. We have the product sold, we have the product name. Not much data, but what they wanted you to do here, they said they want you to create a report to summarize the sales data and give you the total amount sold per day per channel. Total amount sold per day per channel. And they also wanted to know from that list the total products sold in the channel. And they also wanted a list of the products sold. So basically, it's like a hybrid report that you can't really do this so easy in Excel because it means restructuring the data in the other list. It have a bit of grouping, it have a bit of grouping by text criteria, and then it have numeric totaling, and then you have account involved, and then you want details as well. So that's something a little more harsh, right? A little more difficult to do. So if we go to the sales data here, you want to do this kind of thing here, you would have to actually, you would see the solution steps here. You would have to actually build in, there is a grouping feature in Excel, so you have to group by the things you want to group. and then you will have to break down the data based on how you want to sum it, what field you want to sum. Do a count of the products maybe based on these criteria here, right? And then show the details based on what they require. So let me show you how this would work. So just probably copy the sales list from here. You could probably press Control and A, Control and C. Control and A would select a continuous range. Control and C will copy. Control and N, that will call up a new file. Control V will paste. I mean, there are plenty ways to do it. So once you all have the data here, you copy in the table, right? You'll see. So if you bring it across, you should see table design showing up at the top, which means there's a table. And if we wanted to group the data, they wanted to group it by date and then by channel, you would have to right click on one of the dates and say group. Well, actually, you need to put it in Power Query first. So go to the data menu. When you're in one cell of the data table, go to the data menu, and you will need to click the from table / range because you're building it in the current file. So we'll probably call this the sales report. That's how it will be output. Building the sales report here. Right, the date field, it come across a date and time. So you could probably just change it here to date and now date. Yeah, look at it. Replace current. All right, so what we want to do is right click on the date column, and we want to tell Excel to do what? What Power Query in Excel to group by. Now, because we have like two levels of grouping by date and then they wanted it group by what? By channel, you will have to go to advanced. Go to advanced. And then we could add another layer grouping. We click add grouping, we change the other one to channel name. And you want to look at the total sales, so type total sales. We want to do a sum, and the field will be amount. Right, we had to add an aggregation level, so you only get that in advance. The basic grouping would only do like one grouping and one totaling. So click add aggregation. Probably put total, in this case, we're gonna get the total product. And we could say count distinct rows. And they wanted to get the details, the name of the product and stuff. So we could probably just put details here. And change this to say all rows, all rows. So just drag this up. We want to click OK here, guys. So leave this up for a minute or? All right, no worries. I know it's going kind of fast here, maybe. No stress. We'll take a break right after this. It's nearly done. Any questions online, guys? I find you all quiet. Else?
No questions for me yet.
All right, no worries. All right, so if you reach as far as here, you could just click OK. And what I would do is it will actually build out the report here. For the details, you're only really interested in getting maybe the product name. You already have the channel name. I think you have the column with the total sales. You could probably pick up the amount too. Sorry. Product name and maybe the amount. You don't need to use the original column name as prefix in this report. So from the details menu, pick up product name and amount. So this is the report you'll get, right? So basically what it's saying is, let me look at a particular date. On this date, which is the March the 10th, you had online sales totaling 348.32, and that was broken down into these two products, short sleeve and sleeveless. The total sales for the day was 348.32, and it broke down into these two products here. You all there? So you could answer these more challenging questions in Power Query and then return the results into Excel. All right. You could do simple groupings. You could tell about group up by this, group up by that, but that's too simple really for you all. Yeah, to show you that you could do more complexity now with it. So I've used grouping sometimes for some clients. Some of the work they had to do, and it worked fine. So close this down. We want close this one down. When we come back, we had to go into merging multiple files, and we also want to look at two techniques. One is with like flat files like CSV files. There's a different way as opposed to when you want to merge multiple Excel files together and maybe the sheet name's the front. So they have another way to do that. So we'll look at that. And then I wanted to look at fixing multi-row header data, where sometimes you have data and the data in like two rows. How do you convert the data to tabular form? That's a challenging one. I'll leave that one for last. So like you have a row with the dates, with the years, and then you have another row here with the descriptors. So basically you have two levels of descriptors, one time based and one descriptive based. How do you convert this to tabular form? If you have that kind of data, I'll show you a technique. All right, so guys, we'll take a short break, like 10 minutes or 12 minutes I'll put. Maybe 15. I'll put it up on the clock. When you all come back, we're going to look at those things. running balances is not like 100% with the handle that is the one that is giving trouble. It's impossible to do, but then you have some scripted to do that.
Okay.
It's like that. You know, I had before.
Right.
G might be ones that training. And that's something probably that they should probably tell them because
Oh.
the mind and I've seen it where a lot of people want to run balances. So you shouldn't really have the script to do that. That should be, it should be our menu option
Yeah.
to run a balance.
Yeah.
It should put it in automatically.
Yeah.
So that one thing to do.
Do you have any custom scripted or basic scripted writing? Any custom basic?
No, it's most of that is actually for clients project.
Oh, you still have access. Yes, we have access to this.
Our friends are in this teaching like
Okay.
basically if I could build the modules in Excel, so why am I going to have
Yeah.
But I think I do already have a lot of like access.
Yes, we're also.
Yes. What we do is use Power Query to draw the data, or you use Power because the data tables are basically
Right.
and it could draw the data from all of them to the report.
But in terms of scripting, which program would you recommend? An easy one. Because I know they have multiple. I know you can script some in Excel itself, right?
Excel have macros, so you could use Excel macros to script it. Power Query language is called M. So M is a scripting language, it's a natural language, right? Power Query.
So you could actually, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, and then you see another language for which is DAX, which is a formula language for pivots. They have plenty. I use it, with minimal scripting.
Right.
You don't really need much, but most of it.
I wanted actually, I did want it from the budget level. So if this cost center, this GM account, we already draw 4 pages for this from it was back to the budget for this cost center. So from the budget, we down to the cost center functions, there will be balance of accounts, balance of fuel, balance of budget.
Around total. So for that, you might be able to use DAX. So Power Query will give you the raw data, and then when you push that into Power Pivots, they have a year-to-date formula and thing that you will use. They have a year-to-date zero and like a calculated cost. Some with people. That would be a better way to do it. The year-to-date. Because I use DAX to do year-to-date, like reporting and compliance. So the Power Query will contain the daily transactions and they get the year-to-date run and totals and they can use that. Okay. Yeah. So you don't have to do much. They have formulas already defined.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see it's fine, but I use it, but just that part of it, I need to do some research.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at DAX, you could just look for the year-to-date where it would be time-based, not the previous date and this date.
Yes.
Right? So all you have to do is define something called a calendar table. Yeah, you have to create a calendar table in DAX. With the first and the last date, you take the first and the last date, there's a way to do that. Take the first and the last date in the data,
Right.
and then you just have one formula ready to write to get year-to-date. You want to specify the dates. You will if you slice up, you can get year-to-date up to that period. That's what we do. But recently I had to do something like that with somebody in some company. They wanted a dashboard and this because it's not me. So they want to look at the year-to-date and decide on which tool could do what, and I said so. If you have a few minutes, let's check out.
Because Father was saying he could get, he said, multiple sheets, get one master sheet, and he knows, but he told me to schedule time with him, but I don't want to waste his time. So to know exactly what and how to do it, and then I want to put together the sheets. But he could do a local code, he could do a local code, but then he could do that. He could do a local code. And then the question to so their data, their performance side, she goes to the ready and
Yeah, ready with
So, how to put it? They would give the department budgets and more, um, they have to spend the data in different formats, right? But what they do, they have a lot of links all over the place.
manual links.
Yes. And when for a new time period, when they have to do a new report, they just relink files which we find.
Yeah, that to come with something. So that's what we're talking about. So with this, once you have the data source, so the raw data, forget period, what you would do is you would build something called a calendar table to slice the data by year, by month, or however you want to look at it.
Just keep updating your raw data.
And that's the same docs.
Now you could have it. Now you could have your raw data like on different sheets.
Yes.
Once you call it structure as you say, you could use Power Query to do it. Look at those sheets. Or look in a folder, fetch the files, merge all together. You have one per year, one sheet per year, whatever. It would merge all together, and then that would push into Power Pivots in Excel, and you could generate your reports. Yeah. So everything can have a process to allow you to do it.
But you find out what's in uniform, you have to be able to do it just
No. So that makes the automatic.
Yeah, automation, any automation you want to do, you have to have standardization. If you don't have standardization, you can't automate. So you have to get like the column structures correctly, naming conventions correct.
Right.
No matter where you do, no kind of automation will be able to take care of that.
So the sheets that we want to send out to everybody every day, those who can't be able to sheets you want to send out whoever in the SharePoint database, the raw sheets and the systematic way I want it, and take that data and put it there, and there should be manipulating those sheets and not the individual sheets that you'll send out.
But I feel like
I had scenarios where like I had a big company and they had like 30 different departments and they didn't want to change their budget templates.
Right.
And so I had to work like a bill maybe about 100 queries or something. So to actually go through and fix everything proper and then produce a report. They're still using it because they called it built that in 2016, a long time ago. And they're still using it today. So it's possible if you don't have standard, it means that you had to go and do a lot of work to get it in the right form, if it's not in the right form, to commonalize the data.
Yeah.
If you understand what I'm saying.
but
So-
you can't make it do it because it's not a million files.
Sure.
Where we need to do is you gotta standardize the templates a little bit. And then send that out. And then you can apply Power Query easier because where you want to do, honestly, is you want to minimize the amount of things that you have to do on that file. So that will speed up the, although you could handle it, my experience is something like a lot of data. With big local companies, it's good, fine, but like I never really tried like 100 million records or 10 million records. Like one of the banks, like every month they were adding like 40,000 records. More for analysis every month. So and that it did take a little while to process it because working. But my advice always to everybody is the same: is standardize your data. You always try to fix things back at source, and that way flow through will be easier. That's what I would say. If you don't want to do it, then you have to be prepared to spend time, take time and effort to get it to work, because it means somebody had to really clean up all time, usually for a easy tool. So that's my experience.
I don't know, because we could standardize it because it's too much. How many links you have to get to get that? Oh my God.
Yeah, manual links, if you start working with link files and you have like 5 levels of folders of links, you know, you'll get link errors and things that crash. And, I mean, that was my experience. And, that's why eventually move away from it. So all the companies are going to know is the same problem. Too many manually linked files. And they're not familiar with the newer way of doing stuff.
So we have a project to standardize the works.
That's a project. Every
And my
company.
area of this. My area is as in you and me.
Yeah, if you start small, start something with something small, kind of standardize and then connect and then.
Yeah. Jeez. Is it the corporate cost files? Because if I think about it, you just see the GGI down. Yeah. And then just have the same outlook here. So what we are doing? I'm assisting. Yeah. That's cool.
All right, guys, we back to Advanced Excel 101, if there is such a thing. All right, we back to Advanced Excel. So, go to we want to look at how to merge. We did multiple files. I want to show you how to merge multiple sheets. All right. So you're going to go to the folder called merge multiple files. And what we want to look at is a scenario where we have multiple files in the folder. So we could probably go sales data, mix of file types. Sales data, mix of file types. You all with me online? Oh, I need to repeat. Say the word, guys. Oh. Hey, guys, you all there?
Hi, yes.
I think I need to repeat because I was talking and my mic was off. So what I'm saying to you all is we want to go and create a new Excel file and we want to look at how to merge multiple files. All right. So we'll be going to the Power Query folder, merge multiple files. And we want to look at files with a mix of file types. So it could be CSV files, Excel, SX files, etc. All right, so we're going to go to Excel. I'm going to call up a new Excel. We don't want to have any of these files open. Blank workbook. And you want to go to data, get data. Now in this case, we're going to from file, but not Excel workbook. Because we really need to go to the folder. You all there? Because we got to interrogate that folder. So we're going to go from file, from folder. Somebody was asking me the other day, how good is like the ability to extract from PDF? The answer is good if it's a PDF created not from a scanned document. If it is from like an Excel file and somebody went save as PDF, or a Word file and they went save as PDF, more likely than not they will be able to do the extraction properly. And I'm telling you all that from experience. I had a project to do for a legal case and it actually stopped an election from proceeding. Right, that's a good story. I should actually print the article, but then you wouldn't you would clearly know who it was. Anyway, so there was a case where there were two parties in court, and one of the parties they sent me the electoral list. This was an election, not government. It was for a big body. There are like 20 something thousand members. right? And they wanted me to check the list to see if the list was clean, right? So basically, what they asked me for certain checks they wanted. They wanted to check to see if there were duplicate names and stuff in the list, right? With the same address and thing. The list was a PDF file as well. I don't know how long it take me to do this, right? It took like a few hours to kind of clean it up at first time I tried. After that, it was just running through. But it was a big list. And when we checked the file, it had like, I think a little over 400 duplicate names and thing on the list. So when I supplied the information to them, the judge actually stopped the case. The case was in papers. Like I say, I should have printed the article. And it's how Excel stopped an election from proceeding. Right? Yeah, that was a real thing. That happened. I shouldn't tell you what year. That happened recently. Right? Funny enough, I had more than one election examples. Like if you do intermediate Excel, I had another case where I had to do a kind of survey thing and they wanted to survey people in point 14, and that was another case. And for that one, I used pivot tables. The guy was saying it would take them about a month after they do the surveys to create the reports. I tell him I could do it in 5 minutes. He said that impossible. I said no. And that was back in 2006. So a lot of these things you could learn at the intermediate level and even the advanced level. It could save you a ton of time. It's just that people don't know what they don't know. So they go through the whole manual way of doing stuff. All right, so come back to the story here. We need to go and connect to that data. I was telling you all, you go to get data from file, from folder, and we want to point to that folder on the desktop, Advanced Excel, Power Query. The folder is called Merge Multiple Files, the front sheet names. Merging files, the front sheet names. That's the folder. You all get that? So the folder name is INT data, the front sheet names. You can double click on that and then click open. So what it would do is you wouldn't be able to go down further because it's a folder level query you're doing here. So it will show you a list of all the files in the folder here, a preview. You want to click transform data, transform data. All right, so let's assume we wanted to look at maybe all these CSV files to merge, right? A CSV file is what they call a flat file. You could actually go to the extension column, click on the drop arrow, and we're interested in what? CSV, so you gotta untick XLSX. Click OK. And what we're interested in is the data from the files. We're not interested in the attributes. You will see the file attributes here, the folder path, the date, and stuff. We're not interested in that. We just want the content. So right click on the content column and we're going to say remove other columns. Remove the other columns, guys. And then from here, we want to click on the double-headed arrow here next to content. And what it would do, it would look at the flat file, it would look at the values. So it's going to bring in this data set here. This is the first file, right? So click OK. And if you look here, the routine actually picks up all the territories because each file was a different territory. You all seen that? The routine actually picked up all the territories. So they had a separate file by territory in the folder, separate CSV file. So if you check here, you realize all of them came in. All right. So again, you could close and load this. You could choose to either export it as a pivot table or a data table or a connection. All right. Most of the times I would have it as a connection and then I would load it to the data model if it's big data I'm working with. And then build the reports from there, create relationships and connections. That you will see tomorrow, not today. Yeah, the column structure was the same. Right, that's what we talk when we talk about standardization. If your column structure is the same, well, then you will be able to standardize stuff. When I was going out studying Excel, like really seriously studying it, I went to California and to study with a guy. So I spent like 5 days with him. But he was like one of the top people in the world in Excel, but on the programming side. So I spent 5 days. After 5 days, I said, partner, that is enough. Because some of the work he was doing was like 500,000 lines of code in Excel. I didn't go there for all that. Right? He was like an aeronautical engineer and he studied how to take Excel to the next level for scientists. And he actually programmed the Mars Space Lander to make it more efficient to collect sunlight using Excel VBA and some C++. So after that, but even him wasn't really keeping up with some of the new things. But what he told me, and he said it the same way, he said, if like he does work with plenty big companies in the US. And when I mean big, I mean like Coca-Cola, big defense contractors like Northrop Grumman, General Motors, they all use his services at that time to like consolidate their Excel spreadsheets into databases and it. So he say if the scripts he wrote wasn't working, he would make the employees go through the files and standardize it. So, and he said, well, standardization would breed automation. So you can't always cater for every thing, but they need to fix that. You know, the file's non-standard. So you must have some kind of standardization in order to get the results you want. All right, so this is how you do like a file merge with a CSV file, but Excel file is not a CSV file. An Excel file is like a container file. So if you try the same thing with the Excel file, the routine wouldn't work. If the file name is different. So like if you go in this file, what the routine does with the CSV files, all the sheet names is the same. It don't matter, it's a flat file. But with this file, well, the file name here is seen as sheet 1. Let me see. Still sheet 1. It would probably work with this, but there was an example with a folder. Let's see. It should work with this. Once the sheet name is the same for all the files, if it had like this one was CA sales and then for Mexico it was MX sales, something like that, the merge wouldn't work. So we normally write a query, but we would check that out. Let me see if it would work. So go back into Excel. We're going to do an Excel merge. Data, we're going to get data from a file from a folder. It could connect to SharePoint and it can take files, although sometimes you get glitches with those things. But it have that capability too. Right? You want to go to your desktop, Advanced Excel, Power Query, merging files, different sheet names, int data is the folder. So we're back to the same place we was. It's going to connect transform data. This time we filtering out for what? We want to keep the Excel SX files. And we're only interested in the content again, remove the other columns. Now, if you click here, let's see if it will work. Once the file names is the same to mine, my sheet names is the same, it should work. Because what it does, it looks at the first file. But if you look here, what it's seeing is this is the sheet name here. You all seen CA sales. And it will work here because if I click select the sheet, it's going to look for this sheet in every file and it's not going to find it. So you'll get like an error. Well, we would see here. You all seen this bar here? There's an error bar. And the only thing it probably bring in is Cali, Canada or wherever the sales is from that area. CA is Canada. It didn't bring in for the other territories. You all see that? So when you have different sheet names, just bear in mind that this do work. So X this off. So your question is, well, what to do? Because a lot of the times you get the files, the sheet names might be different. How you merge those together? Well, a little different technique, but same way to connect to the folder, but you're not going to use that combine binaries feature we just used. So you go back to data. We're going to go to get data from file, from folder, and we're going to click on the same int data, different sheet names, and click open. Online, you guys with me so far? All right. Transform data. Anybody need help? So when we get to here, just filter out for the Excel files again, the extension. Filter the extension column for the Excel files, right? So when you reach here, just remove the other columns. Remove the other columns, guys. And at this stage, we need to write a little extraction formula here, right? So we're going to say add column, and we want to take the data, we want to get the data using a custom column formula. So click custom column. Yeah. So you want to type here, well, you could leave this as custom. The formula will be equal to Excel. You have to type it exactly how I type it with Power Query formulas. You have to know what to capitalize and what to commonalize. So this particular formula has to be in proper format. You're there. Is this third formula here, right? So you have Excel.workbook. See if you all get that. Don't let Excel repeat it. Sometimes you write the formula, Excel repeat, you gotta delete it. Remain with Excel.workbook, capitalize the E, capitalize the W. Open bracket. We want to pick up the content from the workbook. So double click on the available column for content and put a close parentheses. Let me know when you're all ready. All right. You want to click OK. So we're interested in custom, we're not interested in content. Right click on custom and say remove other columns. Click on the double-headed arrow at the top of custom and we want to click OK. Well, yeah, we could untick what we don't need where you just click OK. So we're interested in custom.data. You all there? Remove the other columns. Click the double-headed expansion button on where you see custom.data. And you want to click OK. What do you think would be the next step? You had to promote the header here. Use first row as headers. And you need to do a check of the data. How you could do the check? The easiest way is to go to a column with few values like country. You should have just about 5 files with different countries. So click the country column. If you check here, you realize you have the countries here. But what's the problem here in the data? You have data called country. So what that is really is, remember, it's like a manual we are building it. So each separate file would have a header row at the top. You all there? Say picking up, that is what the header row embedded in the data. We already fixed the first file header row by pushing it to the top here. But the other files headers, they actually inside here. So we need to untick country to remove them. And then click OK. Click OK. You all with me? All right, done. So, okay, good. So once you do that, now you could return this back into Excel. Either a pivot table report, either a table, or you could have it as a connection because maybe you want to join this with something else. All right, really depends on what you want to do. And is there data here? Let me see. Much about 400 rows. Any questions on that one? Y'all get sick of Power Query by the end of today. All right, they have one more routine to show you all, and then we'll probably stop for today. Huh? To repeat it? No problem. I'll put you to look back at the video, you know. I have actually in the folder what I do it for you all is let me see. In the folder there is a video solutions playlist. And they have like a specific one, I think, for merging multiple files. Merging multiple text files, merging multiple Excel files with different file types. Is a short video rather than a long thing for the day. So I'll send you all this. If you click on the link, you should get access to all of them. All right. That's saving your time. Right. So this is one of the more troublesome ones to deal with. So I'll do this last, so which is if you go to this folder here, fixing multi-row header data, and you open up that file, Like I said, the problem here is that you have the headers in two rows. You can't really work with data like this in either in Power BI or Advanced Excel. You have to actually have the header in one row. All right, so basically we want to be able to spin the data so that we have one column going down with these dates here, and we have the actual categories as separate columns. You all there? So what we would have, we wouldn't have two set of descriptors. We'd actually have one column going down with the year, and then we'd have a separate column for basic salary, separate columns for these four here. Or five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's not going to be repeated again. It would just be separate columns. How are you going to do something like that? That's how working it. All right, so let me show you all how we would do that. If you have bad data like this, how to fix it. And I had to actually do that for a client too. But they had 3 levels of headers, not 2. So open up the Excel file, blank one. And let us go to that file. So from the data menu, you want to get data from file. You want to take the data from Excel workbook. You want to go to the full line Power Query called, what is it called? Fixing multi-row header data. And you have this file called medical care employee data. Open up. There's the sheet here. Let me know when you all reach here, guys. You need to click transform data. Click on transform data. And that would pull it in. I'll pull in the data. Let me just get 1 minute and make a quick answer here if I could. Yeah. Not see me. Let me see. Oh, I didn't know that. I guess there's no hold on it. Let's see the online group now with us. The internet off. Let me see why. Let me rejoin back. Maybe it switch off by mistake. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to rejoin. Yeah, it means I probably was off and I didn't know that. Thanks. All right. Okay. Bye. Hello. Yeah. Sorry about that. I don't know how dropped myself off there for a minute. Okay, guys, what was the last thing you all heard? We were connecting to the file, right? Yeah, Trisha, hi. Sorry about that. Hello? All right, no worries. So what to do? Just going back there, I don't know how I am. Maybe I cut it off by an error. I think I was closing off some YouTube thing come up there. So you all able to see my screen, guys? Let me just reshare entire screen. I'll be share. So you could open up your Excel file. What we are saying is we want to be able to fix multi-row header, that problem. So go into the data menu. You want to go get data from file, from Excel workbook, and we want to connect to the file called medical care employee data. So the folder part would be Power Query, fixing multi-row header data. That would be the folder, and then the file is medical care employee data. Let me know when you all get to there. And click import. Yeah? You want to connect to the detail sheet, and we want to be able to transform the data. All right. So you all should have the data inside. Now, the problem here is that we have two levels of headers here. Right? We have row 1 and row 2 is where the headers are. So when you have this kind of multi-header level problem, and I mean I had 3 levels of headers. One level with the year, one level with some overall categorization, and another third level with detailed categorization. And the same technique is what I would have applied to fix that in the real world. So how do you deal with that? How do you get your data in tabular form? Well, the first step, you need to do what they call transpose the data. Power Query usually works on columns, you all there? Not so much on rows. So we need to transpose the data and perform a routine to merge those two rows, which would now be in columns. So to transpose, you go in the transform menu, and there's an option here to transpose. So what was in rows would now come in columns. So we now see in the first two columns is what we need to merge. The year and the employee, not the employee, the year and the descriptive column. So we want to control click on that second column. So we have the two columns selected. Control click on the second column. And then right click on column 1. And we're going to tell Excel to merge the columns. Merge the columns, all right? The separator you could use here, you could probably use space. Space would be probably best. Yeah. You could leave it just call merge, or you could give it whatever name, or merge is all right. So click OK. So now you have one column with the year and the month. And we want to go here and say transpose. So that will now push it back into this form here. You all there? Remember, we want to get this in tabular form. The next step would be to push row 1 as the header. Now that we have everything in one row, at the header level, we could promote the header here by going to the spreadsheet icon. And we want to say use first row as headers. use the first row as headers. Let me know if you're all with me. All right. The next step would be to unpivot all the numeric columns. But before we do that, since we want to do calculations on these columns and there are a lot of nulls, what we need to do? We would need to highlight all the numeric columns. So that would start from here, 2019 base salary, shift click up to here. And we'll need to right click on one of the headers and say replace values. What we want to replace it with, we're going to find the nulls. I'm going to replace it with zeros. All the numeric columns, find the nulls, replace it with zeros. Click OK. The next step after that is to unpivot the numeric column. So to do that, you all with me or no? Okay. All right, highlight employee name. And then you want to shift click on the job position. Shift and click on the job position. And then you want to right click on the job position header. And you want to say unpivot the other columns. Unpivot the other columns. So what I would do is you'll get one column going down here and one column with the values. We want to break out the year from the text. You all there? So you want to right click on the attribute column and say, in this case I'm not seeing it here, but if you highlight the attribute column, you could go to the transform menu and you'll see the option here to split the column. You want to split it by delimiter. What delimiter you would split it by? The only thing is space, and we're using the leftmost delimiter. Click OK. So this column here will be called what? Yeah. Now we want to get the unique descriptions from here going across this way. So we have basic salary allowances, benefits, annual salary, annual training budget, actual expended. Those will be unique. We want it going across this way. All right. So, and the values for each down. So to do that, we're going to write, you had to select the attribute dot to column, guys. And basically the routine we're going to create is the reverse of what we did before. Before we unpivoted the data. Now to get a separate column with the values here, you would have to pivot the data. So in the transform menu, you will see this button here called pivot column. Click pivot column. The value column here would be the value column. Click OK. So that will give you the data in this form. I'm seeing like 2 rows with nulls. You want to filter that out.
Could you just repeat from attribute 2 for me, please? The one you just did.
Right. We wanted to pivot the column. So what I did was highlight the attribute 2 column. And I went into the transform menu. And there was an option there to pivot the column. And I wanted to pivot the column based on the value field. All right, there's it here. Once I highlight attribute.2, we selected the value field to pivot, the values to pivot with. And that will give you all these columns here. Right? So, I mean, you don't need to do anything else here. You have your year, that. Now you could create reports. You all understand what I'm saying? You have your data in a pivoted form here. So this is a problem which exists in business. They have some null rows we identified here. We could go in the employee name and filter all those nulls. They don't have any values in them. Any questions again, guys? So this one have a few steps in it now. Put it for last because you had a on pivot, you had a pivot, you had a transpose to fix it. It's not like it's one or two, it's many different steps. Anybody, any questions? Taking that on new, right?
No questions from me.
Yeah.
This is actually pretty cool.
Yeah. I find so because it have practical use with. I mean, I don't really like much theory, but where theory would inform like practical, I tend to want to make sure that we impart that. So, what I would say is, I mean, I could go on into other stuff that we have power pivots to start a look at. I don't know if this hour evening it's good to start that, right? I would have preferred to start that first thing in the morning, like how to interrogate a power pivot database, right? I don't know if you're all ready for that or you want to do that in the morning first thing. And then after that, we start to move into building models. You all let me know. Okay, yeah, I hear you. Guys, is this an honest thing or no? Just say. Yeah, in the morning? All right. Okay, well, in the morning, we will do it then. I don't like to, yeah, if you're all tired, it's not a good thing to do. All right, to interrogate databases, it's simple, but it's just, you want to make sure that you're in a state where you could follow and not being zombie-like and whatnot like that, right? You gotta put it that way. So guys, today you all think you got a little appreciation of Power Query.
Yes, I did.
All right. So it's a tool that would really take you far and you all only seen a scratch.
That's the best part.
Yeah, if you're really willing, like you so Shona, you all would have a lot of information to work with now by your company. There are tons of data, and I have used data. I have looked at some of the data you all have, and we were able to do stuff with it. Well, using Power BI, not this, but it's the same tool, it's the same Power Query tool built into it. So if you actually learn this tool, you put your ahead of the game for a lot of things. All right, you could build reported models, you could build different, but again, you had to get the learning. So these are the basics, and then you use these, and they have other tools that you would pick up within Power Query. Right. So for the guys who are willing to learn about Power Query, a good person I would recommend is a guy called Ken Puls, Kenpuls. Ken Puls, Kenpuls. LS. If you go on Amazon, he has a second edition book called I think it's Data Monkey. Right? He is why I recommend him to you all is because he's more practical, although he's very techy. He's very practical, and he wrote it together with one of the people who was in the development team for Power Query. I think it's Miguel Lopez, one of these people. I think he now with Microsoft on their team. Yeah. So you all could probably take a look at that book. On the Power Pivot side, which is what we're going to cover tomorrow, there's a book by a guy called Rob Colley, Robcollie. That is a good book for Power Pivots to start with. Right, he wrote it with the get the second edition book in that. It says Rob Colley, and the second edition book he wrote with a guy called Avi Singh. AVISING. All these people I mentioned, they are Microsoft MVPs, most valued professionals. All right. So, and why I recommended him is because of how simple the book is in terms of the explanations. And he was actually on both the Excel design team and the Power Pivot development team. So their word is like gospel now. They're telling what they're telling you they know about. It's not from old talk, from actual
What was the
experience.
name of the book? Power BI. Power Pivot, Power BI.
Let me see what they have it as. I will tell you. I'm just gonna check it online. I forget. Rob Collie and Avi Singh. The book might be a little outdated, but the principles and the explanations very, very good. This book here is second edition. Let me see if I call it up. Power Pivot and Power BI second edition. All right. Is one of the core books that you want to be looking at. All right. So guys, we will probably call it a day for today, Unless anybody had questions, well, I would take the questions now.
The last step was to just close on load.
Yeah, close and load. Yeah, no pressure. Yeah, sorry. Those guys would have video resources too. All right, but they have two ladies. Sometimes I go to as well. Well, they actually have two ladies and one guy. There's a lady in New Zealand. I'm trying to remember her name. There's another lady in Switzerland. Both of them very, very good in explaining why and how. Just now, let me see if I get the first lady name. And both of them are Microsoft MVPs too. I'll have to get the names here. But both of them very good and they do video blogs all the time. Short things, but they would do it like they would do one on this topic, one on another little topic, another. So it's like scattered knowledge now. Why I telling you about these books is because it have structure to it building up. And they have videos. Both of these guys have videos. The other two ladies, they do have books, but they're very good in explaining certain topics. They have I think they have paid courses though. Yeah, both of them. I forget the ladies and them name now. There's a guy called Matt Arlington. He's also very good, but on the Power BI side of things and Power Query and Power BI. So whenever you're looking to do these things, always look for people with experience, right? Not people who don't know what they're talking about. Because I could read up anything and learn anything, but then if you don't have the practical experience, what's the sense? All right, so that's it, guys. So I will send you all this video file. The video file will be available. You could download it for about 6 weeks. I don't want to keep too much stuff because then my thing gonna get clogged up. I always have courses running all the time for companies as sometimes as I save videos. So you have it for at least 6 weeks to look at and review. All right. And then maybe you could download it too from YouTube. All right. So you all take care and have